Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To start the proceedings of the conference, I would like to request Qari Kausar Mahmood. Yeah. Qari Kausar Mahmood sir to please come for the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان آمنت بالله صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the organizer, I welcome all the participants who have joined us online and in person here. And we welcome you for joining Comtech International Conference on Science Communication and Community Engagement. For a detailed introduction of this conference, I would like to request Professor Dr. Syed Javed Khurshid Sahib for the introductory lecture of this conference.
Security, 3D laser printing, nanotechnology, and gene therapy. And human beings are under a flood of information. It is an evident fact that every passing day, the need and importance of science communication and community engagement is increasing to achieve the optimal benefit from the new and emerging technologies. Even the communication is changing as GPT has made its way into our lives. If we just scan through the last few years, drastic changes in the mode of communication has taken place worldwide, especially after the disaster effects of the COVID-19 and climate change. The need of responsible, reliable, and informative communication has increased manifold. Communities rarely see as the ideal level at which to focus science communication efforts compared to individual, psychological, or mass societal levels. Yet evidence from all alike fields suggests building interpersonal relationships with the specific communities over time is key to the meaningful engagement. So orienting science communication towards the general public is warranted. According to the American Association for the Advancement of Science Public Engagement, which science describes international meaningful interactions that provide opportunities for mutual learning between scientists and members of the public. Mutual learning refers not just to acquiring knowledge, but also to increase familiarities with the breadth of perspectives, frames, and worldviews. Goals for public engagement with science, in addition to mutual learning, include civic engagement, skills and empowerment, increase awareness of the cultural relevance of science, and recognition of the importance of the multiple perspective and domains of knowledge to the scientific endeavors. In this conference, after the 2 days, we follow the third day on the workshop through a combination of lectures, video clips, small groups activities, and targeted communications. Training participants, I think, will gain the necessary skill to apply these learnings to a diversity of audience, from interdisciplinary teams to policymakers, media personnel, community partners, and the broader public. During these days, conference workshop will explore case studies on science communication, service, science diplomacy, emerging technologies, climate change, and more to cultivate ethical communication that aims to connect across differences. The interest of media is appreciable. The skills gained in this conference and workshop will be equally valuable to those having careers in academia, science policy, science communication, and science diplomacy, and beyond, to make this world a better place for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khurshid, for a detailed and comprehensive introduction to this conference and the workshop. Now, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, UNESCO Chair Bioorganic and Natural Product Chemistry, and Director of the UNESCO National Center. Please, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, Honorable Chief Guest, Federal Sharia Court, my dear brother, Dr. Sayyid Muhammad Anwar, a very learned man. And you would listen to his presentation about West Indian Ocean, his research and his understanding of the historical context of this very important issue. Michael, where are you, my dear?
Here.
Oh, okay. Michael Watley, he is one of the most celebrated science activists, environmental activist, filmmaker with Academy Award winning documentary on Woodstock, and many more. And I don't know how many degrees you have, Michael, but I know that at least four, okay. Four degrees in sciences and as well as in anthropology. And I think some of these degrees are from Ivy League School, Columbia. I know I was in Cornell, so we are just brothers in Ivy League relationship. Maha, thank you very much. Dr. Maha Lakshmi is here with us. She is the head of a global movement of introducing new technologies in agriculture. Very dear sister, she's also a great activist of science communication, a very high quality speaker. We have a panel of very distinguished speakers. We have eminent diplomats with us. We have ambassadors of Azerbaijan, from Sudan, Turkmenistan, representatives of Russian Republic, Palestine, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Bahrain, and Kyrgyzstan, and then scholars from different countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank first the co-organizers, because I think this is largely a collective effort, and Comstech believes on working together with many teams. We have Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I hope that Mr. Kamran Akhtar, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will join us. He is also very strong advocate of science diplomacy. We have as a partner Technology Times, regional repeater. Thank you very much, and Pakistan Biotechnology Information Center. So I'm very pleased to welcome all of you, and particularly the Honorable Chief Guest. We have a very large number of people attending this event, and to the last count, 470 of them, about 160 of them are actually attending this event in person. And that actually reflects the relevance and interest in this topic. Equally impressive is that the breadth of topic covered. So you would really be listening some very eminent speaker from Ehsan Masood to speakers from Italy to USA and others. So it's going to be a full-fledged portfolio of an excellent program. Ladies and gentlemen, we often perceive science and society as two separate worlds, far away from each other. They are not. Indeed, they are two sides of the same coin. There is an organic relationship between the two. Society benefits from scientific discoveries and scientific values, whereas science needs social and political support. Without each other, none can flourish or sustain. In the world of economic constraint, strong public support and constituency for science is crucially important for the survival of scientific enterprise. When scientists are able to communicate effectively beyond their peers to a broader non-scientific audience, it builds support for science, promotes understanding of its wider relevance to society, and encourage more informed decision-making at all levels, from government to communities to individuals. And as I find the best definition of science, as my understanding, the process of translating complex science into language and concept that are engaging and understandable to the non-scientific community. Don't underestimate this so-called non-scientific community. They are many, many important people, the policy makers who shapes your policies, and if their policies is based on scientific facts, they'll be able to have rational and logical policies. Businesses, industries, general public, and users. And media, of course, media is extremely important, that because media is primarily the face of science and society at the level, and they are the one who link. This is the most important nexus. So science must become basis of common culture, replacing myth and misconception. For me, in my own humble understanding, science is beyond subjects, doing experimentation and taking it more beyond the philosophical dialogue. Science is culture. Science makes people more productive. Scientific values and scientific cultures make people more tolerant, more productive, more rational, more believer of dialogues, more believer of facts. And that these are the most important cultural changes which science can bring to the society. So it is critically important that we communicate, and we communicate effectively. We must appreciate that in this day and age, science is everyone's business. The cost of not communicating science to people is huge and devastating, as we have witnessed in pandemic. And I'll tell you the epic story, a paradoxical story of what happened in the last 2 years. During the pandemic, we have seen the phenomenal contribution of science in saving the humanity. Never in the history of the world, science was deployed with the speed and vigor as we have seen during the pandemic. On the other hand, science grossly failed in communication. So I'll tell you a few interesting facts. When in late 2019 and early 2020, pandemic starts spreading to the other part of the world beyond Wuhan, there were the claim that it is nothing but a minor flu. And Michael, it was from the President of the United States. Sorry, sir. When scientists reported the genome of the viruses, the virus is engineered in laboratories of USA and China, the conspiracy theory, and this is because also of 5G. So 5G tower was burned, not in any developing country or illiterate country, but the country like Netherlands, Amsterdam. When science studying the surface viability of virus and disinfection by various chemicals, the president of the most scientifically advanced nation was advising people to inject a bit of bleach to get rid of a virus. When based on molecular biology of the virus, social distancing and masks were advised, Republican governors were leading the anti-mask protests in different parts of the United States. When critically ill patients were put on ventilators, there were a widespread misconception, misinformation, disinformation that people who go to ventilators never come out. When scientists were trying to repurpose medicine as possible treatment through clinical use, millions of people were consuming herbs, salts, minerals, or even cow urine for prevention and treatment of this pandemic. And finally, when vaccines were developed, anti-vaccine lobby come into play. Excellency, thank you very much. Please come. So, and finally, when vaccines were developed, anti-vaccine lobby brought strange augment of chip being planted in the human body. People with vaccine will die in 2 years, and most importantly, the vaccines are especially designed to sterilize women, sterilize Muslims, thus to reduce their population. So many of these. Will we ever be able to estimate and judge how many people lost their lives or suffered with the long illnesses because of our inability to communicate real science to the masses? Even today, we are not able to communicate and tell the people the most important fact, that without the unprecedented deployment of science, over 200 million people had to die to achieve natural herd immunity, according to WHO, the most conservative estimate. In fact, it was loss of manifold. We missed the opportunity of creating a tremendous constituency of science and to create a right perception of scientists because of our inability to effectively communicate. Closer to home, science is losing constituency, cultural understanding, and social influence in the country. Number of newspapers with science pages are now far and few. Less than 0.% time of electronic media is dedicated for science and technology as compared to 97% for politics. Internet is contributing in misinformation about the science. You can shop your information. You put any strange idea and you will have 2,000 pages popping out of it. Anti-science lobby is very active in Pakistan as we see the campaign against polio, which is still crippling our children. Misunderstanding about vaccine immunization is affecting our children from very avoidable diseases. Misconception about family planning is breaking the backbone of economic development, GMOs and others. There is hardly any wall in the country where you do not really find advertisement of a black magician or a Bengali Baba and Bengali Bibi. Today, we have to fight at two different fronts. We need to fight to communicate science effectively to the people in a language they understand and inculcate scientific culture. On the second front, we need to counteract the huge misinformation and pseudoscience. I mean, the so-called historical 16th century demarcation between science, philosophical science, and non-science. Time has come again. As per absolute nonsense which we see all around us. We have two major tools in our dispensation: social media and conventional print media, and we need to engage both of them to communicate science to the people, educate them to what science offers, translate the scientific jargon into understandable language, be ready to answer their difficult questions in easy language, and gain support for future science. And listen to what they think of science. It's very, very important. Our major impediments are as follows. You know, I'm a scientist. I was never trained for communication. I know very little about communication. Scientists are never trained. It's not part of our curriculum or training. On the other hand, these wonderful media people with great skills of communication know very little about scientific principles and scientific methods. Therefore, at both sides, the capacity deficit has to be fulfilled. Let me end my remarks by the word of Sigmund Freud. Society must shape the path of science rather than science shaping society. Society should help determine how its resources are deployed to fund scientific work, encouraging beneficial research and discouraging the others. Science should serve the interest and need of society. At the most basic level, science should create expectation, values, beliefs, and goals for science. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence here.
Right on. Thank you very much, the Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, for a very insightful address and very cordial welcome to the audiences. Now, it's my honor to invite the Chief Guest of this session, Honorable Justice Dr. Syed Muhammad Anwar, Active Chief Justice of the Federal Sharia Court of Pakistan, for his address. Yes, as Professor Dr. Iqbal suggested that we should invite Mr. Michael for his few comments. Please, would you like to make a few comments?
Oh, well, some comments.
Yeah.
I'll make two comments. First of all, one has to think about what an activist is. As we know, we have such a thing called entropy, and that sort of means usefulness made unavailable, running downhill to a state of inertness. Now, if we didn't have activists, we would have no action, we would have no motion. So I'm an activist in that sense. But I have to tell you, Dr. Chaudhry, he's spot on, that without science, I really don't think we can be Homo sapiens, because you have to remember what that second word means. Sapiens means knowledge, means wise. And if you're wise, there are three aspects to it. You must know what is true, objectively, what is right, and what is lasting. And therefore, I put my faith in science. Secondly, as to law, I think you'll hear me say that the problem that we face is so large and so vast and so international with 197 nations that scientists must work with the lawmakers, because they are the ones that can make the regulations which everyone have to obey. in order to get to the future. Voluntary action, as you'll hear from me time and again, will mean our demise. Therefore, I'm very glad that the minister is here to speak on law. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael, for your comments and suggestions. And now I would like to request the Chief Guest of this session, Honorable Justice Dr. Muhammad Anwar, Acting Chief Justice of Federal Sharia Court of Pakistan. Please welcome him.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excellency, Coordinator General comstech, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry sir, distinguished guests, honorable ambassadors, learned luminaries and excellencies. Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me to be here among such a gathering of scholars, scientists, researchers, professors, and luminaries of the Ummah. We all know that being a Muslim to acquire knowledge and to elucidate ourselves and our future generations is our religious duty. And to fulfill this duty, science communication, which is considered as the practice of informing, educating, and raising awareness of science-related topics in community, is not only the need of time, but our religious duty too. Therefore, I extend my heartiest congratulations to the Coordinator General comstech, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, for organizing this international conference. Indeed, we are proud that Pakistan is being represented by such a scientist of international caliber. The Quran is not a book of science, but to live in harmony with the nature, it has explicitly directed us a number of ayats to explore through scientific research the cosmological scientific principles and realities about ourselves, the climate and the environment around us and the universe in general. The Quran invites us to pursue scientific research in order to explore the scientific principles of the universe. When it says, Afala tadabbarun, Afala taqilun, in a number of ayahs, which means that Allah has given us a direction to think over the coordinated working of the universe. Furthermore, when Allah explains some cosmological, environmental, or biological, etc., science in various ayahs, He often asks us to ponder after explaining those signs by saying, Afala taqilun. That is, that why don't you understand and think upon those signs? Hence, it is our religious duty to relentlessly and continuously pursue scientific knowledge, which ultimately results in finding scientific principle working therein. The subject of Quran is Al-Insan, the human being. Hence, all such directions of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to ponder and discover the scientific realities hidden within us and scattered in the universe is not only limited to knowing our Creator, but to live in His created universe peacefully and in harmony with nature. He forbids us from wrecking chaos and destruction in any sense in this universe. Therefore, all the themes of this conference, i.e., science communication, understanding and harnessing the emerging technologies, thinking about climate change, and life science are our religious duties. Being Muslims, imposed upon us by Almighty Himself through His last testament, the Holy Quran. Indeed, a multitude of revelations revealed to the Holy Prophet ﷺ in 17th century Arabia are accorded clarity from the lens of present time, i.e. due understanding of the ayah in itself, unsealed in modern era of scientific invention and advancement. However, with the permission of the Coordinator General and respected dignitaries, I dare saying that we Muslims generally are not fulfilling the responsibility bestowed upon us by Allah through the Quran to acquire, possess, and promote scientific education in our communities. We all know that the first word of revelation upon the Prophet ﷺ was Iqra. And if we explore the different meanings and usage of this word, according to the classic Arabic language dictionaries and exegesis, the tafsir, we would find out that this word Iqra can be translated and used in the meanings of receiving something, collecting something, and delivering something. Apparently, these three meanings of a word seems different, but it gives a wholesome meaning of term Iqra, which is generally translated as to read. With all these three meanings combined, it conveys the sense of learning, education, and knowledge advancement, because the process of learning firstly begins with acquiring information about some fact, and secondly by processing that information within our intellect, and thirdly or finally by delivering that processed information to other people. These three steps make the word Iqra complete. And when we can judge ourselves as an ummah where we stand in reference to the term science communication, which demand from us that we must acquire scientific knowledge to do research and contribute our part to this pool of shared knowledge and pass it on to the world, not only for ourselves, but for the future generation as well. I once again congratulate Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, the Coordinator General, along with his team, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan for organizing this international conference on such an important subject and inviting such a galaxy of luminaries from all across the Muslim world. It is a significant step taken by this esteemed organization. May Allah help us and guide us in fulfilling these endeavors to the best of our abilities. Ameen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an insightful address by mentioning many references from the Holy Quran and Hadith for the science communication and science development. And now I would like to request my colleague, Mr. Shabir Hossain, for a vote of thanks to the, particularly to the media person.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, for joining us. On the behalf of our comstech team and Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, we would like to thank all the media persons. Honorable Justice, sir, we have representation here, more than 19 media channels of Pakistan and 2 international agencies like Reuters and IRNA. So you are people who will convey our message to the public about this conference. Thanks again, all the media channels. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Shabir. Now, we would have a tea break and a group photograph, and after that, we will assemble here at 10:40 sharp. And session one will start at the 10:40, and all participants are requested to please join. And online participants are requested to please adjust your local time with this one. And the next session comprises upon 5 lectures. First one will be delivered by the Honorable Mr. Justice. Second one will be delivered by the Ma'am Mahalakshmi Arujanan. Third one will be given by the Mr. Kamran Akhtar. Mr. Kamran Akhtar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the next lecture will be given by the Mr. Michael. And the final one will be given by Professor John Dudley from Paris Online.
Our reception committee will lead the all the participants, please. Reception committee.
Hey, please have a seat. And बाहर से लेके आए लोग। आप भी जाएं, बाहर से लेके आए। Okay, Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin the first session of this international workshop. Please, attention. Hello. Okay, so the first session of this very important event is going to be chaired by me. And I have the honor of introducing the first speaker, who is also the chief guest of today's inaugural ceremony, a very important person and a scholar par excellence, someone I really is truly inspired and happy to meet in recent months. Honorable Chief Justice of Federal Sharia Court, Dr. Syed Muhammad Anwar. Chief Justice Syed Muhammad Anwar Sahib has diverse experience as an advocate, prosecutor, judge, and a scholar. Previously has extended his legal services as legislative counsel, public policy maker, lecturer at law, and legal consultant. He served as a legal expert of various senior management and executive level at different organizations of public, private, educational, research, and development sectors. Honorable Chief Justice Sahab was appointed as the judge at Federal Sharia Court and then elevated to the position of Chief Justice. He took oath as the Chief Justice of Federal Sharia Court in Pakistan on 16 May 2022. Let me very briefly tell you the introduction I had. You see, when comstech is organizing lots of international initiatives and programs, and a few months ago, we had a delegation of Muslim universities in Africa, who visited us with the purpose of developing linkages with the leading institutions of Pakistan. And I received a telephone call from the good office of the Chief Justice that he wanted to invite these distinguished individuals from Africa. You know, from very first encounter and discussion, I could judge that I'm really talking to someone of exceptional qualities and wonderful human attributes. So, Excellency, yes, sir, thank you very much for being part of the mentors of Comstech, and thank you for agreeing to deliver the first lecture in this very important conference. Thank you very much.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you very much once again, wrokshop, and all the scholars, activists like Michael and Maha. The topic of my paper is it is being displayed on the screen. African Ocean, a case study for renaming the Western Indian Ocean, WIO, its historical, legal, and scientific perspective. On the 26th of September, every year, the coastal communities of East Africa, especially in Kenya and Somalia, celebrate the African Ocean Day. The ocean adjacent to East Africa, having a coastline of more than 7,000 kilometers, is currently known as Western Indian Ocean. Western Indian Ocean is an independent water body. On the west side of its border, the eastern coast of African continent, while on the eastern side, it extends till Sri Lanka. Historically, legally, and scientifically, and from any other aspect, it is not part of the Indian Ocean. The realization that Western Indian Ocean is a different ocean region in the world gradually grew among the maritime biologists, scientists, environmentalists, etc., and above all in the countries of Western Indian Ocean region, which was backed by international conventions, organizations, and INGOs, etc. This movement initially culminated into an international treaty called Convention on Western Indian Ocean Tuna Organization. The purpose of this treaty was to establish cooperation among the countries with a view on ensuring the conservation, management, and optimum utilization of tuna and tuna-like species found in the Western Indian Ocean. This is the first international treaty that delineates properly the Western Indian Ocean in 1991 as a separate and distinct water body from Indian Ocean. Geographically, history of the region as recorded by European cartographers also support the concept of this region as an independent water body or an ocean or an independent of Indian Ocean. Historically, this water body had its independent identity since centuries, rather millennia, as this ocean was historically known as Erythraean Sea. In number of old maps, the European cartographer used the name of Erythraean Sea to depict the Western Indian Ocean. This name remained in use of European powers who struggled to colonize the African continent till the end of 19th century, which marked the beginning of an era infamously known as Scramble for Africa. This water body was interchangeably referred to by many different names like Erythraean Sea, Mare Rubium, Oriental Ocean, Eastern Ocean, and gradually it changed the name to Indian Ocean. Now it is called Western Indian Ocean. Notably, none of the above mentioned term contain any reference of African continent or any of its coastline area, despite it having the longest coastline of African continent. Perhaps the viewpoint of the colonial power referring the ocean to Africa did not serve any of their expansionist and hegemonic designs. Unfortunately, the continent of Africa has often been ignored in the realm of strategic affairs. The Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Organization is another noteworthy regional organization in this regard, which recognizes Western Indian Ocean as a separate water body, separate from Indian Ocean. It was established in 1993 and was registered as an organization in Zanzibar, Tanzania in 1994. The organization is dedicated to promote education, scientific and technological aspect of marine sciences throughout the Western Indian Ocean region. Consisting of 10 countries, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, Comoros, Madagascar, Seychelles, Mauritius, and Reunion. WIOMSA has a particular interest in scientific communication affecting marine biology and coastal ecosystem in the region. There are many organizations internationally recognized having proper legal bodies working for the region of the Western Indian Ocean and recognize this region as an independent region due to its particular marine and coastal ecosystem on the basis of scientific evidence and empirical data. They all associate with the African continent and more particularly to all the 10 above stated African countries, either situated on the east coast of Africa, African continent, or the island states which are member of the African Union and are African countries. In addition to that, there are many international instruments there are many international instruments, conventions, and regional initiatives which are specified for this region of Western Indian Ocean being a separate, independent marine ecosystem. Some of the most important are the Nairobi Convention for the protection, management, and development of marine and coastal environment of the Western Indian Ocean, on the basis of which a consortium of partners was established, emphasizing the Nairobi Convention Secretariat, IUCN, ESARO, Vyomsa in 2012, to develop a program for focusing on enhancing the reliance on coastal socio-economical system in the Western Indian Ocean region. Western Indian Ocean Coastal Challenge. It mobilized is another organization. It mobilized the political, financial, and technical commitments at the regional level. It is led by the Republic of Seychelles. The Convention on the Western Indian Ocean Tuna Organization, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Department of FAO also deal the Western Indian Ocean as separate, independent, and unique water body apart from any other ocean. The International Organization and INGOs also consider this region as a separate and independent of Indian Ocean and associate with the African continent. The Western Indian Ocean has its own identity according to WWF, according to which the east coast of African continent has its own peculiar wildlife and ecology. The East African marine ecoregion occupies a coastland shallow marine area covering more than 480,000 square kilometers, extending approximately 4,600 kilometers along the continent's east coast. However, the coast of East Africa extends from over 7,000 from north tip of Horn of Africa to Cape Town. Western Indian Ocean region is viewed as an independent region by the World Bank also. It considers it and use this name to refer to its investment projects in that region. For example, Western Indian Ocean Marine Highway Development and Marine Contamination Prevention Project, etc. More precisely, International bathymetric chart of Western Indian Ocean also provide a scientific basis for considering the Western Indian Ocean as an independent water body region based on scientific data and evidence like the sediment thickness according to the gravimetry, magnetometry studies, and geological structure, etc. All provide enough scientific basis that this water body must be associated with the African continent, hence should be called African Ocean. In addition to that, there are 35 ecological and biological significant marine areas having been identified in the region of Western Indian Ocean. 3 major tectonic plates merge within the Western Indian Ocean region, forming seamounts, ridges, and hydrothermal vents that support the biodiversity in these regions. 4 ecoregions have been described within the territorial waters of East African countries, all of the west coast of Madagascar and the Maldives, while over 180 marine protected areas are located within these regions. These are additional scientific reasons that this water body be named African Ocean. For all the legal, scientific, and historic reasons stated here in this paper, provide the basis that now is the right time to give this ocean region its true representative name, which is the African Ocean. The name African Ocean highlights the linkage with the African continent that has been underplayed by millennia by the European colonial and imperial power. Based upon scientific facts and evidence, we must raise voice internationally and with the following international and regional organizations that give the water body, which is currently known as Western Indian Ocean, a more suitable and true representative name of African Ocean. Nairobi Convention, group of experts on marine protected area, legal and technical working groups in that region, forum of academic and research institution in that region, different conventions, coral relief task force, mangroves network working under Nairobi Convention, Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Associations, Consortium for the Conservation of Coastal and Marine Ecosystem of Western Indian Ocean, Convention on the Western Indian Ocean Antenna Organization, International Maritime Organization via Djibouti Code of Conduct, Food and Agriculture Organization, etc. As the history, culture, and economic interests of the African nations and the states are associated with this, therefore, by naming or renaming Western Indian Ocean as African Ocean, this important resourceful marine region will have positive sense of ownership in the African nation and the states. This will ultimately help in scientific advancement in this resourceful region with the profound sense of possession and proprietorship. More importantly, all the 10 states, namely Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, Comoros, Madagascar, Seychelles, Mauritius, and Reunion, which formulate this region, are all ethnically African nations. Therefore, the name African Ocean for Western Indian Ocean will be a true representative name of this region. The other information, more detailed information, are available on the website address and on the Facebook of Western Indian Ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. Very scholarly work which he has conducted. I'd like to invite you to kindly also read this book, which is in fact an excellent compilation of facts, historical anecdotes, lots of international data, and also conventions which support the argument which he has built in that particular book, that Western Indian Ocean is indeed an African ocean. And that is important through communication to develop this ownership which is required. Okay, now I'm extremely pleased to introduce the second speaker of today's first session, very dear Dr. Mahalakshmi, who is a dear friend of ours. I don't know how many times Maha has visited, maybe like, 30 times. She's almost like second home of her, Pakistan, and we know her so extremely well because of her contributions and her skills. Maha, I've really seen you from a little baby, and you remain very young. At the same time, lots of energy and scholarship which you have built over the years. Dr. Maha is the global coordinator. You see, this is print in font size 5. So if I'm struggling, please do not really think that I don't really need, can't read English properly, but let me struggle this through. Ikram, thank you very much. So Maha is the global coordinator of BioTrust ISA, executive director of Malaysian Biotechnology Information Center, which is a very, very active organization, and editor-in-chief of Petri Dish. Probably have seen this circulating here as well. The first science newspaper in Malaysia. He has a PhD in science communication and masters in biotechnology from the University of Malaya, which is a very prestigious institution. Maha is listed as world's top 100 most influential science communicator, biotechnologists, and many, many honors. Maha served on the boards of many science committees, many international boards of various organizations. And also she has lectured in all different regions of the world, has been very effective communicator and a strong advocate of communication and engagement with science. I don't take much of your time. I will invite Professor Dr. Maha Lakshmi for her presentation on science communication as an approach to future global crisis preparedness. Thank you very much, Maha, please. And till then, let me present this shield to the chief guest. This is comstech and this is the very special wood. This is walnut wood and this is handcraft.
And Honorable Chief Justice will talk to the media about this conference outside. If you want to record this talk, you can go with us. Thank you. Yes, videos will take minutes. Thank you. Sorry, video please.
Sorry for disruption.
No problem. Thank you so much, Professor Iqbal Chowdhury and also Dr. Said Javed. Now, as Professor Iqbal said, I can't remember how many times I've come to Pakistan, and I'm so impressed that I also brought my whole family to Pakistan, and we traveled through Karakoram Highway up to Hunza. So I'm very pleased to see the progress in Pakistan. And, this is where media has to really play a very positive role in highlighting what's happening in countries like Pakistan, so that there's no bad press, that there's no progress or what, because people like me who really come here, we really see the progress. Now, what the Honorable Chief Justice presented just now involves one area of science communication. If you have heard about science diplomacy, that is science diplomacy. How do we negotiate with different parties, with different countries, and come to consensus? How that was a big feat, actually, renaming part of Indian Ocean. So that involves science diplomacy. I'm a science communicator, so I'm involved in many areas of science communication. Today's presentation for today is science communication as an approach for future global crisis preparedness. And Professor Iqbal, in his opening speech, was talking about all the global challenges. COVID was one of them. And during COVID was a time when we saw media invited scientists, a lot of scientists. Every day we heard scientists on radio, TV, and on newspaper. So what my aspiration as a science advocate is, why can't we have scientists every day, at least on certain topics on media? Not just doing when we have problems, then scientists are sought after. If not, scientists just work behind the screen. So this is what we need to change. So I'm going to talk about how science communication can be an effective tool to address global challenges. So these global challenges are not just COVID, but then many global challenges. If we look at this, the global challenges comes in different forms. Sustainable development and climate change is one of the biggest global challenges that we face today. COP27 took place recently. Clean water, access to clean water, population and resources. Prof. Iqbal also mentioned about birth control. So, these are the things that we face. And going around this sphere, we have many other global challenges, science, energy and ethics and health issues, agriculture, food insecurity. So how do we, and what's the impact of these global challenges? One relates to the other. And all these challenges lead to food insecurity. For example, in Malaysia, we used to be an exporter of eggs. Today, we don't have eggs, enough eggs, chicken eggs. And in my town where I live, chicken eggs only arrive in the supermarket that I go to on Saturdays at 2:30. And then by can only be achieved by science. No poverty. Can we achieve no poverty without science? No hunger, good health, quality education. Quality education, we're talking about digitalization of education, providing tablets for children. It's all science and technology. So some might say gender equality. What has science got to do with gender equality? Through innovation, we can empower women to become entrepreneurs, technopreneurs. We can empower women in Africa, for example, who are not having access to good seeds, and good seeds come from science. So you see, science have got a place in every SDG here. The one that I can't see the role of science is probably peace and justice, or maybe even that was actually presented by our Chief Justice, the renaming of the ocean. Actually, that is peace and justice. So today I even learned that even that has got science in it. Yeah, the contribution of marine life and everything in the ocean. So everything has got science. So this is where how much of science is actually communicated to the media or to other stakeholders. And these stakeholders are not just the public, but also policymakers, politicians, lawyers, investors, entrepreneurs, farmers, media. So we need to really communicate. So now I'm going to change my slide. I thought peace and justice, probably nothing to do with science, but today I learned that as it has got science as well. So you see, science is just everywhere, but very little is spoken about it at home, to our friends, to our relatives, when we go for birthday parties, when we go to weddings. So I think all this has to change. So during COVID, Iqbal also mentioned it, during the pandemic, 361 million videos were uploaded on YouTube the last 30 days during COVID. I mean, that was previously. And I think this number has increased so much. 19,000 articles were published in Google Scholar and 550 million tweets. And this included all these terms. I'm sorry, my throat is not doing well, but I'm okay. But among all this information that has been disseminated, how much of fake news? Until WHO has said that the infodemic is really damaging. So this is again where science communication has a big role to play. And we see climate change deniers. We all know climate change is happening, but we see climate change deniers. And look at the countries. Indonesia looks like the top, and then comes US, where we think US science literacy is high, but still, even during the pandemic, US were talking about human rights. They don't want to be wearing masks. They don't want vaccination. Let me tell you that science literacy alone cannot help acceptance of science, appreciation of science, because science appreciation comes with culture, religion, ethics, background, knowledge, values that we bring. It's not just how much science we know. So this is just the top countries that deny climate change. And of course, there are many issues with climate change deniers. Until today, there are also still people who think the earth is flat. And how many centuries has it been that it has been proven that earth is a sphere? So there's so much more to do to communicate science. GM crops, Prof. Iqbal mentioned that as well. Pakistan, for example, Pakistan did so well by adopting one GM crop, cotton, but then it stopped there. But I personally know how much of good work research is in your labs on GM crops, but it's all stuck there. Why? Because there's no political will and there's no public trust in what scientists do. So the most important component in adopting new technologies, can I make this interactive? Can anyone tell me what is the most important component that facilitates adoption of new technology, whether it's nuclear science, nuclear engineer? We have expert in the room as well, Dr. Javed, or whether it is vaccines, whether it is mRNA technology or gene therapy, cellular therapy, stem cell therapy, GMOs. What is the important component in adopting these new technologies? Yes, please. The advantages. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. So how do we relay the advantages or technologies in a day-to-day terms? Yes, please. I'm changing this into a workshop.
Oh, very good.
Innovation is there. Thank you. And if there is economic viability there and the social acceptance of that one, that is what the three factor will make it very adaptable.
Okay, I'm going to save my comments there. Anyone, last one who wants to try? Yeah,
Don't look
yes,
like
we have a lady there. We have a woman there.
I think there's a point in Cartagena protocols on biosafety. I'm here. In Cartagena biosafety protocols, it was mentioned that if something, a new technology, for example, if we are introducing a new technology to the environment, and if people are not compatible with it, then we should resist it. Like in that arena, the COVID vaccines are then questionable. Like people were not compatible with it and they were resisting the vaccines, but we kept aside the Cartagena protocols on biosafety and we introduced the vaccines by law enforcement. So I think in adopting new technologies, Cartagena protocols on biosafety should be considered because it was recommended by scientists.
Very good. Can I have the last one there, please? We have a woman there, so let's listen to a woman's voice.
Thank you. I think communicating about the science is the most important, and making it understandable and popularizing it within the public domains.
Thank you
Because
so
whatever
much.
the technology it is, if it is not understandable by the communities,
Yeah.
it will not work. Thank you.
All of you have gotten it right. I'm going to just nail it to two major components. And I think I like what you said about social economy. Basically, I tell my students, that we can do anything in the lab. Can we create a baby without an ovum and sperm? Can we? Theoretically, even practically, can we? We can. Now, Justice is looking at me with so much of dismay. We can actually do. How was Dolly the sheep created? No, there was no sperm and ovum from another sheep. It was from a tissue and it was cloned. So even for human being, we can do that. But the question is, do we want to do that? We don't want to do that because it creates a lot of social, religion, ethical problem. If a tissue is taken from me and a baby is created, is the baby my sister or my daughter? So we don't want all these issues. So, but then science can do it. So like what, sir, you mentioned, it basically comes down to economic, social acceptance. And what, like others said, what is the benefit, everyday benefit to human being? It's not about what I can do in my lab. So I have nailed these to two important things. In fact, when I was flying yesterday, I thought it's not even the public. I first named public trust, like what you said, and you said as well. The public must trust, must accept, and then the technology can be adopted. Then the second one is political will. But then while flying yesterday, I was thinking about these two components, and I think the first one is actually political will. Not even, yes, the public, we need the public consensus. But if the political will is there, and this is where Prof. Iqbal did and Dr. Javed also did a very good job by bringing our Honorable Chief Justice here, because it's not just the scientists going to do the job. We need people like you, sir, to build the political will. Now, let me just explain. I think this is so important because scientists always feel this is good. I've done it. It's published and it should be in the market. Yes, agreed, but it doesn't work that way outside. If the politicians, the policy makers are going to say, this is what Pakistan needs. We need our farmers to be empowered. We need our women to be empowered. We need our youth. We need to create more jobs for our youth. And if the policymakers say that, and then they develop the policies, regulations, and implement that according to that agenda, now the public trust will increase. The public will see that, hey, these people are doing something good for Pakistan or for any OIC member countries. So the public trust will increase. And when this happens, we don't care about the activists. I mean, there are good activists in this room. Mike and me are good activists. Okay, we don't care about those activists who are going to hold the flag and say, this is bad, we don't want this, we don't want this, you're playing with nature. So the most important thing is actually political will. Look at Singapore. Singapore, yes, it's a very tiny country, but when the politicians say we are going to approve it, that's it, no question asked. And the US as well. Do we really think US, we all saw the non-science movement in US during the pandemic. The same thing also happens for GMOs. There's a big non-science movement, but why are they the biggest producer of GMOs? And they're prospering. Their farmers are doing so well. Why? Because of the political will. USDA spends so much to support new innovation in crop breeding. So you see, the political will is there. So even if there are people jumping up and down and saying, we don't want this, we can put them aside and still do what is the best for the planet, the people, and for economy. So I really want to emphasize this because we always say journalists are doing the job. Scientists, science is very good. No, it all boils down to the political, sir. We need to build the political will. But how do we do that? To do that, scientists can't be sitting in the lab and say, I've done my job. My paper is published in Nature. I'm a professor now. I've got my promotion. I've done my job. No, scientists must engage with all the stakeholders that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to move on. So you see, all these things, GMO crops, or even gene editing, or even any new breeding technologies must be supported. Vaccination. Now we have novel food, novel protein. Proteins can be cultured in the lab, so we don't have to have large scale farm and large scale livestock, which releases methane. It can have implications on livelihood, but then we have to balance it on how it can be beneficial. Nuclear technology, Professor Javed gave a very good talk in Lahore 3 weeks ago. You know, he says this is the cleanest technology, generating technology, but we still have politicians who say this is not good. And then cellular or immunotherapy, where we don't have to go for stem cells. We don't have to go for chemo and radiotherapy for cancers. We all know the damaging effect of these two treatments, but we can actually work on stem cells and inject back what our body produces into a cancer patient. Because when we have cancer, the body's immune system is weakened and it doesn't produce enough natural killer cells, for example. So what scientists today do is they produce natural killer cells from stem cells and inject it back to our body. So this is called cellular therapy. But then these are all still, there are no guidelines. No guidelines, meaning it cannot be commercialized. Insurance is not going to cover it. So in Malaysia, there's a very big company that does this, and they have issues with this because insurance, no coverage for insurance, and they cannot make it mainstream because there's no regulations. So you see, this is where we need political will. And I can share with you what's happening in Malaysia for that company. When they go to our drug authority, the drug authority gives them the old form for drugs and say, use this form. But no, technology is evolving so much. The problem is policies and regulation is trailing behind technology. You know, technology is always way ahead of policy and regulations. So what usually regulators do is they want to stay in a safe zone and still say, okay, you still use this. Now there's gene editing. Never mind, you still use GMO form. It doesn't work that way. So there must be so much of engagement between scientists and lawyers and policymakers to make this happen. I want to introduce this term social licensing. Some of you might have heard about this, social licensing. So it's not approval, adoption given by regulatory authorities, like I said, the drug authority or the genetic modification advisory committee, but by the people. And that's what some experts in this room said just now. We want, the technology must be beneficial to everyday life. People must have trust. So it is social licensing actually. So if we can create social licensing, what is social licensing? The license given by the people. The people saying, we want cellular therapy. We want novel proteins, alternative proteins. We want gene edited crops. So social acceptability of new technologies or regulations, safety and risk. So this is what we need to work towards. Now, all this while we have been working with regulators, asking regulators to support our technology. Now, also please work with non-technical people so they support our technology. So the pressure is built from bottom up. The people now tell the government, look, we want this. Farmers will tell the government, we want this, please approve it. So this is what we need to be doing. And then, as I said, political will. I think I've mentioned enough about political will, where I can tell you nothing is going to happen without political will. How did the ocean got renamed? It is political will. Countries coming together and talking about it and making a strong stance. So political will is so important. And this is the first step to getting any technology approved. And we all know technology, innovation is what is going to address the global challenges. Name any global challenges. We need science and technology, as I mentioned earlier. So for Africa, Africa missed the boat in Green Revolution, 1940s. They missed the boat in Green Revolution. India, Pakistan was part of Green Revolution, not Africa. GM technology, they were also, someone mentioned Cartagena Protocol. Africa used to be very negative in Cartagena Protocol meetings, COP-MOP. They will come, they will say that they don't want anything. They don't want to do all these things. Africa, we don't need this. But today, if we go for COP-MOP, I'm a regular delegate to COP-MOP. The last one happened in Canada, Montreal last year. And today, Africa comes with a strong voice saying that we want gene editing, we want GM crops, and this is how we can save our biodiversity. And you see, those days, we all heard Monsanto, right? Monsanto is the bad boy. Oh, this is Monsanto product. Corn, cotton, these are all commodity products. They worked on commodity products because that's where profit is. But look at this slide. Africa put in new GM crops into the bread basket, the global bread basket. What are they? Banana, banana plantain, cassava, cowpea, Nigeria. Nigeria came out with cowpea, homegrown technology. And I heard the regulators speak at a side event that we organized, ISA organized at COPMOP. And the regulators were so dedicated, and they said how they got the politicians to listen to them. Now, this is what we need to do. So I want to emphasize again, Africa, a country that spends very little, very nice posters outside there, Prof. Iqbal, with all the OIC member countries, the HDI impact, how much they spend on R&D, very nice posters. And we know Africa spends very little on R&D compared to their GDP. But look at all the crops that they are working on. So I think this is where things are moving, and we need more momentum in these areas. So what are the factors influencing decision-making? As I said, political will, public behavior, activism. Now, can we change activism? I'm involved in this science advocacy for the past 20 years. It's so difficult to get someone change their mind, their ideology. So for me, instead of spending my time, my resources and funding on Greenpeace, I rather work with the public and change their mind so that we get more supporters. And as I said, let them jump up and down and protest, but we get our work done. Trade influences decision-making so much. For example, Malaysia, we know GM is good, but then there are scientists who are working on our palm oil, but it is all kept under wraps. Why? Because we don't want the whole world to know that, hey, we are big in GM. We are working on our palm oil on GM because we don't want Japan and Europe to say, hey, you know, yours might be contaminated with GM oil and we don't want to import anymore. So you see, trade issues play a big role. Lack of scientific knowledge. As I said, I mentioned science literacy alone is not enough, but lack of it is also bad to accept new technology. Ethics and religion. I mentioned that earlier. Prof. Iqbal mentioned that vaccines was said to be, you know, it can cause infertility. So you see, all these things comes when we are talking about science. So we need to address this. Indigenous knowledge and values. I think this is very important that we acknowledge indigenous knowledge and values, and we embrace that, and we also take into account, because there's so much of rich indigenous knowledge there. Maybe they are not able to explain that scientifically, but if we look at that, we will be able to explain that in a scientific manner. Lack of legal knowledge. This is a big problem, where scientists are not well versed on legal areas. Now, they don't have to be experts, but I think they need to have some basic understanding so that they can sit and work together with lawyers and policymakers. So science communication, let me tell you, it's not an option. This was 2000 when a scientist said consumers are not intelligent enough to understand anything about agriculture, biotechnology. So let's not even try to provide them anything. We know what we're doing. Let them just follow. This is a deficit model. It doesn't work anymore. We need a dialogue model now. So this is the end of deficit model, where scientists feel we know everything, and all the non-technical people just have to listen. It's the end of it. Now it is, you know, the one-way communication model flow from experts to public is not going to help us anymore. So the best practice in science communication is identify what the public need to know. It's not about what the public want. No. You see, we always, before communicating, we always think, okay, the public needs to know this, let me give it to them. So that's the common approach. Now, the ideal approach is we give them what they want to know. So we address their concerns, not what we think they should know. Communication is not is an option, is optional. It's always an afterthought of scientific activity. So I publish my paper, then I say, okay, now I'm going to communicate. Or I got my results and it's ready for commercialization. Now I'm going to communicate. It's not going to work because the activists have already planted the seed of misinformation among the public. So by the time our research goes there, they're all ready with their flags to protest. So communication is a rigorous discipline and it must be continuously addressing public concern. And there's no one size fits all. How I communicate in Malaysia will not be the same how I communicate in Pakistan or in Africa, because the culture is different, the background is different. So it has to be customized for different audience. Communication should not be reactive, firefighting, defensive. It should be proactive. So that is why next week, right after Pakistan, I'm going to attend WHO expert consultation. I'm invited for their consultation meeting where we are going to talk about future preparedness for health crisis. So no more waiting until the crisis happens. It is going to be how do we communicate when any crisis happens. So it has to be future-proofed. So this is Sir Mark Walport, UK Chief Scientific Advisor. He says, science isn't finished until it is communicated. And the communication to wider audience is part of being a scientist. So it's not just getting my paper in Nature and Scientist, but my job as a scientist is to get my work relate to a wider audience. So I hope scientists start doing this. So the impact of science communication is very big. We want informed decision among all key stakeholders. Economy, it comes from science, technology, and innovation. So for economy generation, we need science to be understood by everyone. Citizen participation, as I said, let the people tell what the government should be doing. This is citizen participation. Science and culturation. Can science be a culture instead of just football or cricket? Can science be a culture as well, taking people to museums and to science theater? So we need to create that. Science creates jobs. So we need to talk about science and, of course, political will. So it's not just about doing research and publishing in journals, where if you publish in journals, only your peers and related people are going to look at it. But if you do, of course, that is very important. Continue doing that. But while doing that, also publish in popular science, in media, in papers, newspapers, articles, whatever. Other scientists, other stakeholders are going to look at our science as well. So please start doing that. So with that, thank you so much. And you can also have a look at what I do on my social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maha. Always very inspiring, very knowledgeable, extremely insightful presentation which Maha gives. It's very interactive, so she engaged people and really very exciting dialogue. See, what she has mentioned about the various aspects of science communication is also mentioned about the ethics and involving religious leaders. Extremely important because this horizontal dialogue between scientists and people of the other disciplines are extremely important. I mean, scientists working in ghettos, working in their own laboratories, bringing something which is useful, for which there is no moral values developed. Religious leaders are not really willing to accept that, and proper ethical framework is not ready. It's largely because this horizontal dialogue is missing. I think one of the most important messages which Maha has given is cross dialogue, horizontal and vertical at different levels. Now, let me introduce another very distinguished speaker, Mr. Muhammad Kamran Akhtar. I know him since last 2 decades, and he has been a great supporter of science, and he works in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and from that particular platform, a lot of great things happen because of his efforts. Muhammad Kamran Akhtar is a seasoned diplomat. He joined Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan as a career diplomat in 1995. Mr. Kamran is currently serving as Additional Secretary, Arms Control, Disarmament, Planning and Development in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has served as Pakistan's permanent representative to IAE in Geneva, Director Disarmament MOFA, and Director General Science and Technology and Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Jeddah, we work very closely with him and we seek guidance in lots of issues related to communicating with OIC General Secretariat and broader audience. Mr. Kamran has a vast experience of participation in international treaty negotiation, bilateral political engagements, international conferences like UN General Assembly sessions, International Atomic Energy Commission general conferences. He has worked as a member of IAEA Director General Expert Group for developing the Code of Conduct for the agency, as a member of UNODC Expert Group to draft the report, as an expert in the United Nations Secretary General's Government Group of Experts, and the expert in UN Open-Ended Expert Group on Arms Trade Treaty. Mr. Kamran is a strong believer in science communication and science diplomacy. He has led science diplomacy program of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has inculcated this culture of using science and trade in diplomatic efforts. And this is the reason why his insight, his understanding, his excellence is at the highest level. He's going to talk about the role of science communication in international diplomacy, an extremely important aspect of science diplomacy, as well as linkages between the countries. Mr. Muhammad Kamran, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Is it fine? Thank you very much, distinguished Dr. Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, and respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin with a disclaimer. I am not a scholar nor an expert in science communication. What I'm going to say is based on my experience as a practitioner of science diplomacy. And by the way, science diplomacy is not one of the major areas of the focus of my work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yet, whatever I've gathered from my experience, I'll be pleased to share it with you. Before I move forward, I would just like to display an image. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this image. For those who are not, this is a depiction of a capture of a muon at the CMS detector in CERN, the European Center for Nuclear Energy. And this capture of muon was able to confirm the existence of Higgs boson, the so-called God particle. The Higgs boson, until its announcement, was one of the missing pieces of the standard model of physics. Now, you will wonder, what has it got to do with Pakistan? I'm sure many of you who even know about this depiction of capture of a muon might not be knowing that it has a lot of significance and relevance to Pakistan. Around half of the events of the detection of muons at CMS were made on detectors which were manufactured in Pakistan. Not only that, behind this discovery was the contribution of Pakistani Nobel laureate Dr. Abdus Salam, who contributed to the standard model of physics through his work on electroweak theory. In addition to that, many of the scientists, engineers, and technicians of Pakistan have been manufacturing and designing components for the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, as well as the CMS detector. Now, this story, as well as many other good stories of Pakistanis in science, are waiting to be told. And we have not been able to tell them to the world because we lack a culture of science communication. And I believe that such stories are not only important for a country's image at the international level, but also for the national morale in general. In my view, there is no better way to project a better image of Pakistan at the global stage than its association with science, especially when our detractors have been trying to portray Pakistan as a country associated with violent extremism, terrorism, and a country which does not have rule of law. This is just one example of how science communication, of how science diplomacy can be employed for the pursuit of foreign policy objectives. And states have been doing that. Some examples, for example, are lunar far side landing by the Chinese to signal their advancement in science and technology. Yet another example was the anti-satellite weapon test by a state and the ensuing claims that it has joined an elite club of countries. There were claims of early vaccines breakthrough during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that was all vaccine nationalism, that was all vaccine diplomacy. In fact, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the ability to handle the pandemic became one of the measures of relative decline or rise of nation states. Then the naming of the first vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine by the Russians as Sputnik was a reminder of their lead in space technology during the 60s. So that is how countries are employing science and technology for better image projection at the international level and for the pursuit of broader foreign policy objectives. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, in the same vein, has been inviting foreign diplomats based in Pakistan to our premier research institutions, scientific organizations, with the view to familiarizing them with the kind of work in science and technology Pakistan is doing, and also to promote networking, international networking of our local scientists. The second very important dimension of science communication is popularization of science in the society. Developing appreciation of science in the society requires science communication. To highlight the relevance of science, technology, and innovation to solving the daily challenges of the common man. This in turn generates momentum for the mainstreaming of science in national policies. Bertrand Russell, in his book, The Impact of Science on Society, had noted the kind of transformations which societies undergo because of science and technology. And when the societies undergo such transformation and develop a respect for science, develop value for science, such are the societies which also engender respect at the international level. So popularization of science then becomes one of the objectives of science diplomacy initiative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pakistan Science Foundation is doing a very good job. Comstech is doing a very good job in terms of popularization of science. Then LUMS, the Khwarizmi Society associated with LUMS in Lahore, they organize an annual science mela, which is very much popular among young university students and school students. So these are the kind of initiatives with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will like to carry forward in collaboration with international organizations like UNESCO, CERN, ICTP, and we'll be working on that. However, let me sound a word of caution with regard to science communication. we have come across very well-meaning people who want to popularize science in the society. Yet the idiom that they use is either not understood by the people or is perceived to be hostile to the basic ethos of the society. This one thing I think any science communicator should avoid, because it becomes then a self-defeating proposition. When the societies evolve gradually, they automatically start appreciating science and technology. And if you use the idiom which is understood by the people, by the society, its acceptability will be more, its buy-in by the people will be more. Then the third aspect of science communication, as mentioned by the earlier speaker, is in terms of policy making, dissemination, and implementation. On the side of policy making, mainstreaming of science plans in the overall national socio-economic development policies is very important. But that can only be done when the policymakers develop an appreciation of the role of STI in socio-economic development. This is one aspect where perhaps our scientific community should do more. Either they do not have access to decision makers, or if they have access to decision maker, perhaps they are not properly able to communicate the need for mainstreaming science in national development policies. We need to work on this aspect, and that is where the scientists, the policymakers, the journalists have to work together. One fundamental problem with the system of bureaucracy in Pakistan is that we place generalists in positions where you require specialists with background in science. I don't understand how we can promote science and technology or develop a better appreciation of science policy when a secretary science does not have a scientific background. So we need to change this. I myself am a bureaucrat, but I'm thoroughly convinced that this system of bureaucracy is failing Pakistan, and we need to move towards specialization. It was mentioned by the earlier speaker, and I'm witness to it. I'm working daily on these issues. There are several agricultural and bio-research institutions in Pakistan, and they've been doing very good work. However, when they move for commercialization and upscaling of their research, they hit snags. And they hit snags because of the rules which were adopted by another bureaucracy under the UN Convention on Biodiversity. And the rules thereunder prohibit GMOs. Now, this highlights the need for better communication even between the scientific bureaucracies, between the scientific communities working with various government departments. On the implementation side, the propaganda campaigns against COVID-19 vaccines and against the polio vaccines have been a very bad image for Pakistan, in addition to, of course, the negative, the downside of people not getting vaccinated. Pakistan being one of the only few countries which were reporting wild polio virus, when people start resisting polio vaccination, it becomes a global image problem for the country as well. So on the implementation side as well, there is an important need for a proper science communication between the policymakers, implementers, and the society at large. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the government of Pakistan approved a very, because of the economic difficulties, a very small amount of donation for assistance to SAARC countries, COVID assistance to SAARC countries. It was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs which convinced the relevant government authorities not to donate the money in cash, but to donate scientific products made by Pakistan, designed by Pakistani scientists related to COVID prevention, diagnostic, and treatment. And that was one good example of science communication, of science diplomacy. we were not only able to introduce our technology products into potential market, but we were also able to associate the image of Pakistan with science and technology, and to an extent, provide a response to vaccine diplomacy at that time being conducted by many of the countries. Finally, contribution of science to diplomacy takes many other forms. One example of science communication by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been our work together with SPARCO, the Pakistan Space Agency, and Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission in terms of publication of brochures and booklets, which highlight the contributions of the nuclear and space program to the achievement of the SDGs and their contribution to the socio-economic development of the country. We are applying nuclear science, for example, in the pursuit of 11 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Now, there is a very extensive civil application aspect of our nuclear and space programs. However, because of lack of communication, our nuclear and space programs are more often associated with national security of Pakistan, whereas these programs are making very valuable contributions. So this was the kind of image building we wanted to do for the program to dispel misperceptions regarding these programs, and that is where such a booklet was published. Some of the images from those brochures are how we are applying nuclear science and technology to clean water and sanitation, clean drinking water. This is the desalination plant, which was constructed by Heavy Mechanical Complex. Then cleaner alternative to fossil fuels. 8.1% of our energy mix is now being produced through nuclear energy, and it is one of the cheapest sources of energy right now in our energy mix. These are the equipment produced by Pakistan for CERN. And this is the sextopole magnet which Pakistan made for the Sesame experiment in Jordan. So there is a lot we can do in terms of science communication and science diplomacy. Finally, we get very useful inputs from our scientific community as diplomats in terms of handling the technical aspects of international negotiations on issues such as public health, climate change, cybersecurity. That is one of the contributions of science and diplomacy. It was, in fact, the scientific community which raised awareness and generated alarm, which led to the placement of the issue of climate change high on the global agenda. We need to highlight these aspects through collaboration between the policymakers and the scientists, not only the issues, but their solutions, which are most often rooted in science and technology. And the role of science journalism, I've passingly mentioned that it is very important to have proper science journalism training, people who can communicate with the scientists, with the policymakers, with the society at large, because without that, the real significance of science for the society cannot be highlighted. In this era of global power contestation, which is more and more being played out in the technological domain, and the issues which I've just mentioned, like climate change, like public health, water, energy, and food security, which have their solutions rooted in science, international scientific collaboration and science communication become very important. I will once again end my talk with the same image which I displayed at the beginning. One very renowned American photographer once remarked that there is nothing worse than a bright image of a fuzzy object. In my view, there is something worse than that, and that is a fuzzy image of a bright object. I think we have many spots of brightness in Pakistan. Through science communication, we can highlight those. Thank you very much.
Impressive, thank you. So, she extremely impressive, very reassuring presentation. Truly and honestly, something which really give us a lot of pride. And as we have seen this during pandemic also, where our nation, our scientists, our education institutions were able to convert that calamity into opportunity. I've seen amazing development during COVID-19, where literally the industry within few months have fulfilled the national need and start exporting many of these essential components which are required to fight pandemics. You know, our engineers were able to develop new respirators, ventilators were developed, new kits were developed, a whole range of different products were developed. And one simple example, from no capacity of PCR-based test on viruses to 150 BSL-3 and BSL-2 facilities developed within the span of 5 months, from 0 tests to 200,000 PCR tests per day. So there are literally so much of developed within a short span, and that reflects the excellence of this country. With this, I'd like to introduce you to an amazing personality, someone I really admire and have a very special affection, Mr. Michael Watley. Mr. Michael is a scientist and a film director who made more than 100 films and won an Oscar or Academy Award. Just need to be, you know, because at different websites, Michael's awards are just so numerous. I probably have won both of them for the landmark documentaries which he has produced on Woodstock and a number of other. You know, Woodstock, as you know, was really an amazing movement. It was not purely a musical concert, but it's more of, you know, in the context of post-Civil War, Vietnam War, and many of civil rights movement, Woodstock was a symbol of resistance against order of the day. People who really believe on humanity, people who believe on sustainability, people believe on human values. And that was a very, very important movement. I hope that this would some point of time reinitiate, and we'd really like to see this thing happen at some point of time also. So it was a counterculture movement which launched sustainability into public discourse, and was just before this Earth Summit started taking place. For the last decades, Michael and his partner, Bridget von Munster, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, have organized numerous initiatives that communicate and popularize science on big picture global sustainable development, including climate change. I am the witness of Michael's contribution during COP27. He keep writing these letters, communicate to lots of people. You know, his eagerness to do something meaningful was just absolutely phenomenal. And of course, we both were very disappointed, isn't it, Michael? Yeah, because of the outcome. So Michael is the coordinator. They both of them are coordinators of UNESCO Open Data, only one Earth Science, which concentrates on communicating the actions required to stop long-term trends to social economic collapse. And this is what he's going to talk about: UNESCO Open Data on Stop Global Social Economic Collapse. This is the first part of Michael's talk. He's going to talk about this topic in the next sessions also. Michael, over to you, please, sir.
Crank up the volume. I don't speak very loudly. All right, I want you all to know there'll be a test on every word. So listen carefully. This is to avoid social economic collapse, as you heard. If someone could do the clicker, that'd be great. let's start with a very big existential space-time picture. Let's all go back to 1900. That's 123 years ago. And if you look at this image carefully, which I want you to do, and down in the lower left, you'll see hydropower, 123 years ago. In the upper right, you'll see wind power, electricity, 123 years ago. And down lower right, you're going to see solar power, 123 years ago. Now, if you take all of the solar, hydro, wind power that we have today, it amounts to less than 5%. Now, that's like one of those blades on the windmill up there, 5%. What the hell happened? Now, if you go to that electric vehicle, and that's an electric vehicle that gets 160 kilometers on one charge, and it has a lifetime guarantee because it's made out of aluminum. Now, what happened? That electric car and others in 1900 outsold petrol cars in America. There were more electric cars on the road in the United States than petrol cars. Today in the United States and Western Europe, we have 1.5% of cars on the road are electric cars. What happened? We had the science, we didn't have the laws. There weren't laws, we just went freedom, and that was it. Next slide. Now let's move to the next date. That's instrumental. Woodstock was 3 years before this. This was the time when men and women, well, women are going to come, when humanity was on the moon and we got to see the Earth. It was really a seminal moment when we got to see it as the famous blue marble. And we realized we were really alone and really fragile, and we had to look out for it. This was the time when the UN had the first conference on the human environment in Stockholm. And the phrase that held it all together was only one Earth. And scientists, and some from NASA, came forward with a lot of warnings. Now, here were the first declarations on the human environment for 50 years ago. The first is excellent, preserve and enhance Earth for present and future generations. The next 6 were all how we do that: safeguard Earth's natural resources, number 1, maintain renewable resources, non-renewable resources, and so on. If you get to the bottom there, can you get that bar out of the way? I can't see it. I don't know if you can. It says halt discharge of toxic substances, and that includes greenhouse gas emissions. So, sorry? No, go back, please. Just one sec. I said the bar at the bottom is, I can't see the words, if you can get rid of it. In any case, this is very important. Number 6 is about climate change. And it says halt the discharge of substances that cannot be rendered harmless by the Earth. Next slide. Now, this is sort of the master blaster as to where we are today. If you look at the bottom, what I use is the eroded Earth. I'm educated as a doctor. And the idea there is that we're destroying the Earth, and the erosion is a symbol because we have no plant life, we have no animal life, we have no water. Therefore, we humans are absolutely finished. Now, we're doing 2 major human activities that are bigger than anything else we do. First of all, over there is the shovel. Every year, we're digging out 103 billion tons of natural resources. That doesn't include water. 103 billion tons, that's 35 kgs per person per day, and it's not distributed evenly. The second thing we're doing monumentally is 55 gigatons over here, the plume coming out of the factory, 55 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions that are absolutely destroying the climate. And that's 19 kgs per person per day. Now, the only way we can deal with this is with an international agreement that's up at the top there. And the point is, these agreements are not about the climate. They're not about natural resources. They're about living standards. They're about development. So the colors that you see are on development. The red zone is where I come from. These are the ultra high developed. The purple zone, including Russia, is very high developed. The orange, including China, is high developed. And then finally we get to India. That's the blue people, that's medium. And now here we are in Pakistan. You guys are the good guys. You're colored green, low developed, but you have other things that are fantastic. Now, the treaty, you may be familiar with the 2 objectives of the treaty. These are super important. First is we're going to limit global warming to well below 2°C, preferably 1.5°C. That's a political decision. Every scientist I know, including myself, wanted 1C. We're beyond that already, so that's not very good. And the second objective for the biodiversity treaty is humans live in harmony with nature by 2050. Next slide. Now, I used to teach at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, and this was a favorite slide. And over here, you have the basic law of science, which is that the laws of humans must obey the laws of nature, or we're not going to survive and prosper. That's the basic law. You see it crossed out by the politicians. No, 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 it has to be inversed. And as the law of nature must obey the laws of humans, or we're not going to be reelected. I think you would agree that this is a good way to put forth political reality, which is a state of things as they don't actually exist. But it is part of democracy, majority rule. What's happening here? Okay. It is part of democracy. I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying we've got to take it into account. To be popular and to stay elected, governments tend to convey good news, positive stories, not reality. Next slide. Now, the reason I'm here is I'm here on behalf of all sorts of scientists to give you reality, the state of things as they actually exist. This is accurate, unbiased scientific evidence. It's not popularity. I'll call your attention just to the first line there. I have personally spoken for much more than an hour to all of the IPC co-chairs. There are their 5 names right there. In addition, the other science organization that's super important is the International Resource Panel, IRP. I've spoken to all of them as well. So what you're getting is the real shit, as we say, or the reality, pardon me. Next slide. Now, the first thing we should look at here is cause. Now, the cause of climate change is cumulative greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. Now, what I'm going to give you here that really looks at those emissions is IPCC's best likelihood that we're going to hold global warming to a certain temperature, 1.5 or 2C. And that's an 83% likelihood that it will happen. If you go back down to the bottom of the graph, 1972, when we were all in Stockholm in that first environmental conference, you'll notice we had only put in the atmosphere 0.2C global warming, only 0.2. It wasn't great. And we were warned to stop right there, go no further. We didn't do it. We didn't have any laws. It was a declaration, lawlessness prevailed, freedom, whatever. Now we go up to today. How much global warming do we have? We have 1.2. That's 6 times more than 0.2, 6 times more. But it's happening at double the speed. We're putting twice as many emissions, greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere as we were 50 years ago. Now, what's ahead? In just 4 years, on this best likelihood, 83 percentile, we're going to have 1.5C. It's gone. Remember, I told you the scientists wanted 1C global warming. Now we're going to lose the first objective of the climate treaty, 1.5 in 4 years. The next objective will be gone in 17 years. 2C will be gone. Most of us will be alive in 17 years. I even plan to be. 17 years to 2C. Look at these little kids here. They should be alive in 2100. That's only 77 years from now. By 2100, look what we got, 4 degrees. Now, this is where we get into social economic collapse. We've completely eroded our environmental system. Next slide. Now, many of you have heard of Russian roulette. We Americans are very fond of guns. The idea is you have 6 chambers in a gun. You load in 1 bullet, you spin the thing, put it to your head, and you have an 83 percentile chance of living. That's what I gave you before, the 83 percentile with 1 bullet in the gun. You can hold global warming down by 83%. Now, the point is that without telling you, governments, what's happening here? Please show the meeting. Can that go away? I guess not. Do you see what I'm seeing? My goodness, it's here. Okay, sorry. Without telling you that they've done this, governments have loaded the gun with 3 bullets. So you only have a 50% chance of doing what they're telling you. Now they're saying that they're going to keep 1.5 alive. That's the official phrase for the upcoming climate conference. And they're saying that even if we don't, By 2100, it's only going to be 2.5 C. So as I say, you have to bear in mind, are you going to put that gun to your head with 3 bullets in the chamber? You only have a 50% chance of living, but we're handing that gun to our children. They're inheriting the environment. But in addition to that, they haven't told you that also this includes the idea that we will take out of the atmosphere hundreds of billions of tons of greenhouse gas emissions. We don't know how to do it. Science doesn't know how to do this, right? So now you might as well plop another bullet in the gun. The third thing involves Pakistan, which is that what they haven't told you is this includes unacceptable, inequitable national emission reductions, including by Pakistan. Everybody's in this equally. Pakistan have your emissions and so forth. So plop another bullet in there. We nearly have a totally loaded gun. Maybe there's one chamber empty. Next slide. Okay, now we go to natural resource consumption. Remember, 1972 conference was all about natural resources. Somehow I'm getting a bar that you guys aren't seeing. There, it disappeared. Now, IRP, the International Resource Panel, tells us that the cause of nature destruction, including 90% of biodiversity loss, is nothing less than natural resource consumption. Down here is the graph. You can see, whoops, it's boxed down here. Below metals is biomass, and then you get metals, minerals, and fossil fuels. That gives you the total graph in terms of natural resource consumption. If you go back to 1972, when you will remember that, of course, everything was about preserving natural resources, we were only at 0.4 Earths, 40% of the limit from IRP for sustainability on the planet. We were there in 1972. When you move up to today, we're 50% over limit. We're at 1.5 Earths, right? And then as we move into the future, we'll be at 3 Earths by 2055. Remember, I told you that the goal for the biodiversity treaty is that we'll be in harmony with nature by 2055. We're headed for disaster. We're headed for 3 Earths. But look up here. By the time our children get to 2100, we're going to be at 6 Earths, essentially. Next slide. Now, here's a quote you should really remember in the big picture. On IRP trends, just the next 35 years of natural resource consumption will likely equal the last 300,000 years. That's the whole time of our existence as the Homo sapiens species, 5.9 trillion tons. And by 2100, again, when today's children should be alive, a colossally impossible 24 trillion tons, never mind billion, 24 trillion tons of resources will be consumed. That's 3 times what we did in 300,000 years. Now, if you include 4C global warming, these are withheld UN science trends to massive nature destruction. You can imagine we'll have global shortages of food, water, medicine, shelter, everything, right? And of course, this will be truly social economic collapse with potentially hundreds of millions of dead and billions more forced from their lands, which are rendered unsustainable, just like you were underwater. Next slide. Now, what are the politicians telling us to get elected? They tell good news, of course. Now, what they're saying and promoting is that for humans living in harmony with nature, we should protect land and water areas. Specifically, we should protect 30% by 2030. Now, if you do the science, and we've done that here, if you look down here at the white line of protected area, and that's coming from 1970, and you look at consumption, protecting areas doesn't affect consumption, which is the cause of 90% of biodiversity loss. The problem is this isn't reaching the electorate. This isn't reaching anyone, so people don't know it. But it's science. This is the data. This is accurate and impartial and unbiased. So we have to get this out there to people. Next slide. And here we are in Pakistan. Now, as I told you, scientists wanted to limit global warming to 1 degree, and they also wanted to limit natural resource consumption to 1 Earth. Neither of those 2 things happened. Now we're at 1.2 C in terms of global warming. 1/3 of Pakistan is underwater. Now I ask you to imagine in just 17 years, we're going to be at 2 C. how much of the earth is going to be underwater at 2C compared to 1.2. Now, when children are still alive, look at those kids in the boat. In theory, they should be alive by 2100. That's when we're going to have 4C. How much of the land masses are going to be underwater at 4C? And now I haven't even mentioned yet the fact that we're at 1.5 Earth's consumption. And by 2100, we're going to go to 6 Earth's consumption. What's this going to do to the Earth? Next slide. In Africa, they have the opposite problem. But again, you can't grow food. How are you going to grow food on land like this, on eroded land? So again, what's going to happen now in East Africa? There's a massive drought. And that's at 1.2 degrees. How much more drought is there going to be at 2C and at 4C? That's why we're worried about social economic collapse and communication of this data. Next slide. Now, these clocks are very popular. Start at the bottom clock here. That's the number of COVID deaths that have happened. 6.7 million people have died since the 1st of January, 2020. Now, if you go up at the top clock is CO2 emissions. Well, since the 1st of January, 2020, we put up into the atmosphere 125 billion tons. That's not kilograms. That would be 125 trillion kilograms. And at the same time, regretfully, 6.7 million people have died of AIDS. You go up to the next figure there, 312. That's 312 billion tons that we've dug out of the earth of minerals, metals, biomass, and fossil fuels in the time of the COVID deaths. The point here is that every 49 seconds, you will see one more person die of COVID. But at the same time, what you should be thinking about in terms of future health issues that are going to kill us and our children, for every one COVID death, 64,000 tons of CO2 are emitted. And at the same time, 150,000 tons are ripped out of the earth and consumed. Now, the politicians this is unusual technology. Birgit and I developed it along with our wonderful friends. The clock for the COVID deaths was put forward by WHO, the World Health Organization, to be run and to alert people to the future health issues with climate and consumption. It was vetoed by the politicians. And they said, well, we're reducing COVID deaths, but we're not doing anything about emissions and consumption. Therefore, that'll be a drag, that'll be negative. We want to give people positive news. Now, what kind of mentality is that? That's really the ostrich in the ground. Next slide. Okay, let's get to the next biggest issue here, which is living standard. If we want a treaty, if we want laws, it's an international global problem. We have to have these treaties, and then people have got to go home and make laws to carry them out. This is put together in easy to understand, I hope, visual idea. All this data is from the United Nations as to how we should compare nations. So this is how the United Nations does. If you start over here with education, in lands where I come from, the red zone, we have a whopping 17 years of education on average. That's like a master's degree, guys. If you go to the green zone, which includes Pakistan, it's nine years. This is from the UN. So that's little more than an elementary education. If you go to my land, 81 years is the life expectancy. If you go to the green lands, 61 years, 20 years left. We're not all in this together. Next, of course, really points it out in terms of income per person per year, man, woman, and child. We have $54,000. If you drop down to the green zone, it's $3,000. And finally, over here, wealth. I have, and my friends and everybody else, children, what have you, have an average of $309,000 in wealth. That's the value of our house and car and everything. If you drop down to here, it's 2,000. Now, John Kerry, who I know very well, who's the climate emissary for the United States, is constantly saying, we're all in this together. No, we are not. And that's the point of putting out these tables. These are objective. This is the way to look at things. The next slide here. No, sorry, go back. I was only pointing here. Go to the bottom row. The bottom row shows how we get our house and our car, our motorcycle and our electricity and so on. On the bottom row, go to the far left there, you can see these are the consumption of natural resources per person. You can see the great disparity there. I'm consuming 1,100. Pakistan is consuming 70. If you go to cumulative emissions, it's 905 to 10. And then the other columns there are the current per year emissions and consumption. What you can notice is the profile. Everyone is tending to go up the ladder toward the red zone. Next slide. Did I lose everybody? There you go. Okay, now here's an important point as well. Imagine that we compared countries by adding everything up. So of course, for education, that would mean you took everybody in the United States, you took all the years that they had been educated, and then you totaled them, and that would come to 5.4 billion. But then if you went to a country like China, since they have so many people, they add up all their education and come to 20.3 billion people. So China would win the game again because they're the most educated. They're also the longest living, and they're the biggest consumer. But the point is, it's sort of a ridiculous way to compare. The accurate way to do it is per capita. If you go over to the right there, however, we routinely tell people that China is the biggest emitter. We add up all of their emissions. Now, this is how the politicians are playing the game. Now, we shouldn't be doing that. We should be comparing everyone as the World Bank and UN does and so on by per capita. Next slide. All right, here in an easy to use form, you can download, there's one line for each nation, like I've shown you. If you want to compare Pakistan and Malaysia or anywhere else to any other nation, it's easy to do. We've done this as a public service because the electorates must know it in order to promote government action. Next slide. This is very important to summarize where we've been and where we're going, where we are. If you drop down to 1970, you can see the numbers I hope up there. Let's take my zone, the red zone. In 1970, we on average were consuming 21.4 tons of natural resources per capita. Now, we went to Stockholm to that meeting of the first environmental conference, and we swore at that same time that we would reduce our consumption of natural resources. That was the whole idea. We didn't do it. We are now up to 26.3 tons per person per capita, that is, by 2019, and we're increasing even more today. Now, that's a 25% increase, and you can look down here at the bottom, and everyone is tending up in our direction. But if you go down and look at the green and the blue zones especially, which is half of humanity, look at how far they went in 50 years. This covers a 50-year period of time. Imagine how long it's going to take the green zone and the blue zone to get up to where the red zone is. If that's 50 years, it's going to take hundreds of years. So we're not all in this together. If you go over here to the emissions, this is the devastating news about climate change. Nothing is being done. If you go back to 1970, the red zone was going through emissions, emitting CO2 at the rate of 13.7 tons per person per year. Now, if you look at what we're doing in 2019, we're at 13.1. We're increasing our emissions now, and very shortly, probably by the end of this year, we'll be back at 13.7. Do you hear me talking? We did nothing in 50 years of warning. The warnings came down. We didn't do anything about it. What is everyone else doing? Well, you can see they're all imitating us. They're all coming up to our level. Why? Because everyone wants our living standard. Next slide. Have I said anything wrong?
That's all right.
Okay. Sorry. Now, this is a very important slide. It's a summation slide. Now, if you go over here, as I told you, the wealth is the real indicator of what I have in the red zone. Everybody's got a cell phone all around the world. They see how we live up in the red zone, what our house is like, what our car is like, what we eat, you know, what we wear, everything else. So they all want what we have, basically. Now, if you go over here, this is the price that we pay for our wealth. First of all, we consume natural resources, of course. We dig them out of the ground, the mineral biomass and everything else to make our house, to make the asphalt and concrete and everything. And then, of course, we emit CO2 into the air because we burn to get energy to drive our economies and to make our homes and so forth. So everyone looks and says, well, we want your way of living, and therefore you have a master's degree in education, you live 81 years, you're the smartest in everything else. You have said that this amount of emissions and this amount of consumption is what is required to get at that living standard. Therefore, we're all going up the ladder towards you. This is a recipe for disaster, for social and economic collapse. Next slide. Now, this is the detail. As I mentioned to you, the material resources or consumption is measured in 4 items: fossil fuels, metals, biomass, and minerals. If you look at just the fossil fuels, which is the biggest no-no of all, look down here to the low developed. In fossil fuels alone, I am consuming 6.8 tons per person per year. If you go down to the total natural resources that the low developed are digging out of the earth, it's only 3.1. It's less than half of my fossil fuel use. If you go to the medium developed, again, this is half of humanity sitting down there. They're only taking out five tons per person. Again, that's less than the fossil fuels. Next slide. This gets to nuclear energy, which is, of course, is basically non-polluting. If you notice up here at the top, the ultra high, our coal use alone, the half a ton of coal use, or 0.58 tons that I'm using, is more than the medium developed, or it's the same as the medium developed are using of all energy. All energy. I'm using more coal, or the developed are using more coal, ultra high, than the medium or low are using of total energy, all the energy. Therefore, if I'm not cleaning up my act, why should anyone else clean up theirs? I'm not setting the proper example. Look at all the coal, oil, and gas I consume. It's nearly everything, 85% there, that is just not being changed. Now you go to bio, that is still problematic, that still causes emissions. Nuclear is roughly 10%, so really it's only 15% of my energy use that does not cause climate change. Next slide. Now here, these are my pictures. I was over in India and Kerala, women collecting wood for making their fire to make their meals. And over here, here's a woman from America, looks like a good, willing woman. What I want you to focus on, look at the responsibility for climate change. Look at the red stripe down there, and that's this woman's responsibility. Look down at the blue and the green, and that's these women's responsibility. Now, who should be acting? Who should take action? We're sitting around the treaty table. What should be done? Well, again, the reason I'm emphasizing not a total number of global rich, we have to do it by the nations, because that's the United Nations. That's the people who make the treaties. We can't just pull together the rich from everywhere around the world and expect them to make the treaty. That's why nations are important. Next slide. Nations make the laws. Now, here's an interesting point on wealth. We in the red zone are 12% of humanity, only 12% of humanity, and we have a whopping 64% of global wealth. That's nearly 2/3 of wealth. The total of it is $297 trillion. You got that? Never mind the billions, $1 trillion. If we drop down to income, per year income, again, I'm 12% of humanity in the red zone. We have 39% of all the income that there is. Therefore, we have $52 trillion a year in income. Now, if you go to the climate fund, that's $100 billion a year for the UN climate fund. That could be funded by the red zone at the cost of 1/500th of their annual income, or 1/3000th of their wealth. That's the disparity. We can't look to China. We can't look to India. We can't look to Pakistan. Look at the wealth that they have. You look at these figures on your own. We've got to look to the red zone. They're the ones over the top. They're the ones that could well afford it. Next slide. Now, here are the reductions that we should be making. These are all based on per capita, all based on current responsibility for consumption and emissions. That means, for example, if I'm using a Chinese computer, I get the emissions and the Chinese don't. So that over here, you can read about how this is done. The point is that it is done by responsibility, by what we've done. Clean up the mess you've made. In terms of reductions, so that we will meet a 1 Earth consumption by 2050, and that will mean that we have done the biodiversity treaty objective. then I in the red zone should be reducing my consumption 4% per year. That's very doable. There is no problem and no excuse. Whereas down here in Pakistan in the green zone, you can increase 4%. This is just math. It's not my idea. It's by what we are responsible for in annual consumption. If you go over here to emissions, this is all from IPCC. If we want to stay at the 2C agreed idea, then I am currently doing 13.1 tons per person per year in the red zone. I should be reducing 15% per year now. If I don't do that, it should be bumped up in the future. That's simply based on my level. If we want to go to 1.5C, I should be reducing a whopping 78%. If you drop down to Pakistan, essentially, you don't have to do anything. The problem isn't here. The problem is in the red zone. Next slide. Now, the idea, as I told you, is that my country and others in Western Europe have simply blocked this. They're proposing that we all do the same action, one size fits all. Everybody have CO2 emissions by 2030, net zero by 2050. This is all nonsense. Nobody's going to agree to it. If you really looked at what should be done, I think one of the great ideas from religion, from all religions, is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If John Kerry or any American put themselves in the position of Pakistan or the less developed, I think they would say, hey, now, wait a minute. And that's what's happening. So to get a global deal, this is not really about equity. It's really about living standard and about, well, what would you do if you were me? That sort of thing. Next slide. Now, what I'd like your help on is the people right here. These are the red zone people, grandpa and grandma, mom and dad. What we have to do is convince them that their children are going to be brought down by climate change and natural resource consumption. Their own children, that's who they care about. Now, the problem is the press is not getting the information that I'm giving you now. I'm looking to Iqbal and to everybody else in your help to get the information to the red zone. It's a serious problem. The press is simply not giving these people the news because it's bad news. But you remember this one phrase: if the electorates don't demand it, governments won't do it. That's democracy. Therefore, there's no point in ragging on Joe Biden. Joe Biden has got to get the message from the people who support him. So therefore, communication is really important. Everybody knows that Pakistan was underwater 1/3. You have a great deal of empathy and sympathy. So I would ask you to help with our project, which is to get the information to the electorates in the red zone and elsewhere, of course. Next slide. Nearly done here. Again, this is all put together in an organized manner so you can get one line for every country. This is again by living standards. So the number one person, the winner of the game from UNDP is Switzerland, and then it descends from there. But all 197 countries are there. Next slide. Now, this is just a summation here. This is what we put out. We have many students that work with us. You know, the point is the clock is ticking. Every hour, 5 million tons of CO2. Every year, 40 billion tons. Dangerous 2C in 4-year, disaster, 17 years. We got to act now. We got to quit putting it off. Next slide. This is simply on the Earth's consumption. Same idea. We're going into oblivion. So let's act now. We should keep these clocks running. They work on every website. If you want them, you got them. Next slide. This is very important. Everyone has a cell phone, basically, virtually everywhere in the world. Within any country, we all have rich and poor. We can punish the rich and reward the poor. We can simply make all these reductions custom to our own citizens. They don't have to be one size fits all. Next slide. All right, this is very important to go back to. Again, the ideas about laws, that we have to have laws. Voluntary action is not going to do it. The numbers are way too big. So it has to be laws. Next slide. What we're being sold by the politicians. Go one more slide, please. What happened? Oh, here. No, it jumped. Go back, please. One more. There we go. Voluntary action will put us in our grave. It's simply not going to work. We're in a billion trillion tons of a problem. Therefore, eating less meat, driving less, and so on. Those are all good ideas. They must be made into laws. Everyone must have to do them, not just one or two people voluntarily. Next slide. What I want to emphasize here, and I'm getting to the end, is that we know what nations are doing right now. For example, we know that Germany, every single month, there's a report out by Carbon Monitor and others, which tells you whether emissions are going up and down in key countries. So for example, Germany is increasing their emissions 3% right now, UK 7%, and so on. We don't have to wait so long for these reports. And then civil society should act. Students should act on this data. Next slide. Now, unfortunately, politicians are opposed to this. They're actually trying to block these instant reports because, of course, that shows what they're doing right now. Again, I'm not blaming them. That's the nature of democracy. They have to be popular and be elected. Good news sells, this bad news doesn't, whether it's Germany or anywhere else. I'm saying it's a characteristic of our democracies. Next slide. We can do it. As this sort of circles back to 1900, we've had these wind turbines and solar cells for 123 years. So let's do it. Next slide. This project has been around here, Iqbal. This is perfect for you. It's Morocco. It's Islam. Put those collectors over there. You can electrify all of Europe. We can do it. This idea has been around 50 years. Let's slam dunk it with comstech. Okay, next slide. I'm nearly there. We have all this technology here. And if you would like to run it, Iqbal, on your website or what have you, this is the global stock take of both resource consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. And here we have, this is the final slide. This is the International Science Communication from your wonderful organization. I've made 4 basic points: climate, consumption, responsibility, and the electorate. Finally, this is UNESCO open data. She is not here, but the lead scientist, chief scientist for the open data is Dr. Birgit van Munster. I'd like to end by having you all give her a round of applause. We would have no open science without Birgit, so let's hear it. Thank you, Birgit. And thank you all. There won't be a quiz, but imagine that there is. Did you get it all? If not, download it, really. This is the best science. Every month it'll be updated. Thanks so much.
Absolutely amazing, Michael. You see, the data you have presented and the way you've been working for this one Earth is just absolutely phenomenal. You know, the statistics which are presented are so solid that no politician can really refuse it. Of course, they have a certain element of unfairness, and we have seen this in COP27, where they haven't really agreed on something substantial. So Michael has really shown us an extremely important aspect of a very crucial human existential threat. The social collapse and economic collapse are in fact endangering the life of people today and tomorrow. We would certainly be benefiting from his presence here. We'll have the second presentation scheduled in next sessions. That is session 3 in the evening, and we're looking forward to hear him. And now we have the last speaker who is online. Dr. John Dudley is a distinguished professor of physics at the University in Franche-Comté, CNRS Research Institute in France, Besançon. His research spans a period of more than 30 years in which he has contributed to optical source development, ultrafast and non-linear fiber optics, and the interdisciplinary physics of nonlinear waves. He has won a number of national and international awards, including Harold Edgant Award for High Speed Optics of SPIE and R.W. Wood Prize of OSA. He's a fellow of IEEE, IOP, EOS, SPIA, an OSA and an honorary fellow of the Royal Society of New Zealand. He also initiated the International Year of Light and Light-Based Technologies in 2015 and currently chair the International Day of Light Steering Committee. So we have a very distinguished speaker who's going to talk about communicating science worldwide with the UNESCO. Thank you very much, Professor John.
So thank you very much. All going well. I assume you can hear me and see my slides projected. It's an honor to speak at this conference, and the talks previous to mine were absolutely fascinating and relayed very important messages. And I think in my talk, I can just try to add a very small amount to that from the perspective of a volunteer group of scientists who have been working with UNESCO for around 10 years to try to communicate effectively some important messages about science and sustainable development to very broad audiences. And some things have worked and some things haven't. So let's see how I go in explaining all this. Now, the International Year of Light that was mentioned in the introduction was a UN proclamation that declared the year 2015 an international year focusing on the theme of light. The theme of light itself, I'll come back to later as to why it was chosen. It's my own research field, but it's also one with many important applications in medicine, communications, solar power, and so on. But the activities during 2015 were really tremendous. And I think it was probably one of UNESCO's most successful international outreach efforts of this kind. Events in 147 countries, 13,000 dedicated events in schools, universities. We got proclamations in the US Senate and the United Kingdom Houses of Parliament. The French government changed its school syllabus for a year. And so there were many high-level as well as on-the-ground results. Now in 2017, because of the success of this initiative, the UNESCO General Conference declared one day a year, the 16th of May, the International Day of Light. And the objectives are the same as the International Year. Address challenges in sustainable development, promote the importance of science and applications. Light is an accessible theme, but of course, all areas of science are important. Strengthen collaborations and bring people in contact with each other. We've now had 5 years of this International Day, and so this is a nice opportunity to see exactly what we've done. The bad news is that the UN doesn't really seem to focus too many of its international observances on science. There are only a handful of international days focusing on science. There are many more on aspects of culture and history and so on. So this is one indication, I guess, of the failure of scientists to communicate effectively at the level of the United Nations to focus on awareness raising. But there are a few, and on those international days, scientists around the world do work together to promote sharing information, organizing events, and so on within these goals. Now, the speaker just before last made a very interesting comment that I absolutely love to hear, and that was reinforced by the directly previous speaker, who just pointed out how bad scientists sometimes do in communicating what we need to. And we learned this ourselves in actually working through the political process to get these international years declared at the UN. Scientists like science, and we we also enjoy organizing outreach and so on, but effectively communicating science and communicating that on a political level is very, very difficult. And scientists, especially physics, which is my own field, we're not exactly the most humble of people, and we expect people to listen to us, and we expect that if we say something once and it's correct, then people will just take it on board. But the real world, the reality is not like that at all. And so we need to learn how to explain science, not only to the general public, that's very important, but also at the political level. And I get a lot of pushback from my colleagues where they arrogantly, in my opinion, say it's not up to us to change the way we communicate, it's up to politicians to listen. And I couldn't disagree with that more. And the only analogy I found that actually seems to get any traction with physicists, at least, is to say that communication is a law of physics. And there's a very basic example we teach in high schools of trying to send a wave between two pieces of string where the string have different thicknesses, or impedances is the word we use in physics. And if they have these different properties, then you always get some of the information reflected back to you. And so impedance matching, or adapting ourselves to our receiving audience, is absolutely essential to get that information. And pointing this out to scientists as an inevitable law of nature does actually seem to work. The other analogy, which I think is useful, again, to physicists, and especially those who like quantum ideas, is to say that science advocates at the political level, they need to be able to switch and project in between different states. They need to be realistic at some point, and they need to be rigorous and idealistic at other points, focusing on the science. Of course, the politicians also like to be popular, and maybe to some extent, scientists also need to understand that popularity game to some extent, even if we disagree with it. The key thing is that we have to learn to use the right argument at the right time. Otherwise, it is completely counterproductive. If we get the idiom wrong, then all our good work can just be for nothing if it's not communicated correctly. So these were very important messages from the earlier talks. My own university, and many universities in Europe, are focused on this wonderful initiative for our graduate students, where we ask our students to learn to communicate themselves. Particularly, there's a program called the thesis in 3 minutes. So they have to condense 3 years of work into a 3-minute elevator speech. When I asked my colleagues to do the same, they all say, no, that's not for us. We're too important to do things like that. And I just point out to them that if we are asking our students to do it, we have to be prepared to do this ourselves. So we have to learn how to communicate. Even as senior scientists, we cannot improvise, even though this may be what we're used to doing when we talk in our technical field. So these are lessons I try to give. I would say my success rate in convincing my colleagues to change their behavior is probably at best 10%, but it's not 0. So that's already something. The other thing we need to be aware of is that international projects like an international year or international day, or any kind of collaboration with an agency like UNESCO or ICTP, takes a long time. So this whole process began in 2009 through an idea of an international year of light, then going through various steps of the United Nations and committees and so on, and conferences. And I'm sure most of the people in the audience will have experience with initiatives like this. It takes a lot of patience. It took hundreds of volunteers throughout the world to communicate to their own national commissions and academies and so on to get the support, and then thousands, many thousands of volunteers to actually get the initiatives up and running on the ground. The aim of everything with these UNESCO and United Nations initiatives is naturally to address the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And in fact, the colors of the Sustainable Development Goals are embedded in the logo of the International Day of Light. I don't need to explain what these are to this audience. The reason why light science was chosen as a focus of the science theme is just because it is very central to so many areas, and it's very visual and it's very easy to explain, whether it's agriculture and environmental sensing, which is quite technical, but the importance of it is understood. Medical diagnosis, water sanitation, lighting in regions where there is off-grid electricity, which seriously impacts education, because in Western countries, developed countries, we're very used to having our children do homework in the evenings because we can have lights, but in many remote areas, education outside of school hours, if there is school, isn't possible because there isn't the lighting. And the previous speaker spoke passionately about the importance of addressing energy, and solar power is one way of doing this. And there are many other areas where light science impacts daily life. And so these are the science themes that we try to address when we organize events, and we try to raise awareness of the importance of investment, both in the research and development, and the supporting small businesses in the sector, as well as in getting these technologies to solve the problems. The reality is that the world does want to be in the red zone. As Michael said, the poorer areas of the world, they want to develop and have everything that we're very fortunate to have in wealthier countries. And we have to find solutions to do this in a way that is sustainable. And there are solutions in high technology that are better than current technologies. And we have to find a way to implement them in parallel with trying to stop a number of very destructive practices as well. This session is on communication. The conference is on communication, and one of the things we try to do is to educate the scientific community on the words to use. So it's important not to preach as if we know everything, which is the way we normally teach in our classes. So it's important to lose that when we try to persuade people. And we try to focus on very concrete examples where I guess we try to balance the idea of popularity and reality. So we start with some accessible issues that everyone can understand. So, for example, close to 1 billion people have no access to reliable lighting. Close to 1 billion people have vision problems but cannot get eyeglasses. And then we try to present solutions, such as the fact that lighting itself comprises 20% of energy consumption in wealthy countries in the red zone. So if we can reduce that energy consumption through efficient lights, then it's win-win for everyone, and we can do the economics and present the economic arguments to explain that. We can talk about solar power installations, and we can talk about the success of initiatives by NGOs in promoting inexpensive eyeglasses in developing countries, or eye surgery, which is 40 million people is not very many. It's a wealthy country solution, but there's no reason why that can't be miniaturized, made portable, and made available to everyone. These are things that improve people's quality of lives and that people can understand. And even skeptical politicians, if you ask them to take off their glasses and try to work for a day, they get the message, at least for a while, before they forget it and move on to something else. Open science and sharing what we've learned is something we've always tried to do with this particular community. And for example, we've prepared very extensive reports over the years. The final report of the International Year of Light in 2015 is still very relevant today. It explains how to set up an international partnership. And we have worked and used our experience to help other groups to promote similar international observances. And the current International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development, which is running until June 2023, is the most recent example of that. There are all sorts of things that people don't realize, including organizational structure and budget models and so forth. And all that information is very accessible and available. So people often ask me why the 16th of May was chosen as the International Day of Light, and it's worthwhile making this explicitly. It was selected because by chart, it happens to be the anniversary of the first development of the laser. Now, the laser is something that we may associate with very high technology devices and so forth, but it's also a device that arose from basic science in a completely different field, molecular spectroscopy, and which led to a device which has absolutely revolutionized our lives. I'm talking to you today because a laser at 1.5 microns is sending pulsed signals of light under the oceans in an optical fiber and transmitting my voice and my slides across the internet. And when the first studies of lasers were carried out in the 1950s, no one thought at all of this kind of application. The focus was very much on fundamental science, but it did lead to something that solved many, many solutions. And so that's a nice example also to point out when we're promoting investment in science. We have to consider the timescales. There are real problems that need to be solved on short timescales, but there are also the biggest breakthroughs often come from supporting very fundamental and basic research. We work in partnership with many different organizations, unions and companies as well, who without whom we couldn't be able to fund many activities. One can argue sometimes about the motivation of companies getting involved in these initiatives, but we couldn't do it without them. We've organized events all around the world. The first International Day of Light was in 2018, and it was the big celebration was in Paris at UNESCO headquarters. We had messages from the International Space Station. We had parallel events occurring globally. In 2019, we held a high-level event at ICTP, focusing on illuminating education. And these high-level events are very interesting because they bring together very diverse groups of speakers. And they also remind us that because we're working with UNESCO, we have to address these issues of sustainability not only on the basis of the S, the science, but also education and culture. So that forces us to confront the idea that if we don't change things politically, nothing really will change. As was said, it's the laws that change things. And little by little, we try to to influence the policies by bringing the policy people into these initiatives. It's important to mix together art and science in these events. This is a very effective communication strategy that we've found. If you just have science events, you attract essentially a community that's already familiar and believing in the messages that you're trying to promote. We try to mix things up. So it's very effective to introduce not only senior scientists like Kip Thorne, who has a dual role both in science and also in Hollywood, but also with musicians who are inspired by science to create new compositions, and spectacular light shows, but we try to ensure that we only work with partners who respect the rules of sustainability in their technologies that they use. From 2020, the first 2 years we organized large events ourselves. For 2020 and the last 3 years, we've tried to enable global partners to organize their own events of this kind. So after giving a few examples of what is possible, we tried to work with national coordinating committees and thousands of volunteers to encourage them and to support them in what they want to do. So we archive all the events that take place. Everything is made available publicly. People can read and get inspired by what's happened in the past. They can contact previous organizers from their own country and so on. And so we try to act as a hub to allow effective science communication to take place around this theme. The real impact of this kind of science communication is very hard to determine, especially because although we ask that organizers register events with us, not all of them do. We learn about them through the media or through other channels. No one really owns an international day or other observance. It has a life of its own. But again, we do try, and we work with aggregation companies to try to get as much data as possible. We produce reports of engagement as far as we can measure it every year. And we also archive the messages that we've received from the political sphere. So, for example, our website gives access to messages from Ban Ki-moon and from Irina Bokova and the current directrice of UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay. And these are very interesting and important statements that can be embedded in people's national messages when to support any initiatives or programs that they may be trying to implement. We also have a regular newsletter where we try to support our partners on the ground performing concrete actions. In our latest newsletter that you can download from this website, for example, there's an initiative from Pakistan to promote active learning, especially with women of the ages of between 14 and 15, and going into schools and doing concrete on-the-ground education. As well as an NGO, a German-based NGO that works in Africa and South America, producing eyeglasses for $1 US using very cheap technologies. So these are nice examples that we just try to support people doing these things. We have to address things on multiple levels, and this is what we intend to. Social media is extremely effective for a one-day event. The attention span of social media is short, but it does seem to be ideally suited. And the social media experts tell us that we engage with millions of people every 16th of May. And I suppose we just hope that some of these people that we engage with take on board the message, and we create a snowball effect to really make a difference. Over 2,000 concrete events have taken place in 85 countries, and we're constantly trying to organize more. And every year we do hear that that people who have been young children attending an event, 5 years later or so, they enter universities and they start to organize these educational events themselves. So we are creating a kind of a self-sustaining community. During the pandemic, we organized an international campaign on science and fake news and misinformation and trust in science and so on. And this was more of a high-level event where we aimed at getting support from Nobel laureates, the chairs of the Royal Society and National Academies and the director of CERN and so forth, as well as science communicators and high visibility scientists around the world. And this was important within a fairly focused time, and within a 6-month period. This really did have a significant political impact in raising awareness in certain countries of the need for actions against fake news. Of course, now these initiatives are global, and the problem is still there, but we still have to work against it to fight this, and this is our responsibility. I think it's really important that this, amongst the scientific community, we need to take on more social responsibility. It's very nice living in the red zone where you have a warm house and all the electronics, devices and gadgets that you need, and your children go to nice schools and they can look forward to a relatively secure future. But that's a very selfish way of thinking, in my view. And we need to think more about, again, the universal religion, the universal message from religion of treating others as we would like to be treated ourselves. And this is central to a message of taking on the social responsibility. And there are inspiring examples of scientists who may have seemed quite privileged from their background, but who have done this. Charles Towns, a US scientist who received the Nobel Prize for the laser. Richard Feynman, who was more of an iconoclastic scientist, but who also played a role towards the end of his life in addressing the structural issues with NASA that led to the Challenger disaster. And of course, Abdul Salam, who devoted his life on creating equal opportunities in the scientific sector. Of course, it's easy as scientists just to stick in our safe laboratories and solve our problems and think that that's enough. And it can be certainly very important, but we also need to speak out more. But this has to be done the right way. Again, using the right idiom and the right approach. So this year on the 16th of May is the International Day of Light. So if organizing an event around this theme or using this day as a lever to promote any messages of your own is something that is of interest, please get in touch with me. I'm easy to find, or you can go to the website and contact me that way. So thank you very much. And I guess I return back to the chair. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Professor John Dudley, for a wonderful presentation of highlighting the contribution of light and how these international days can contribute in effective communication of some of the most important aspects of scientific discoveries. See, this session was absolutely wonderful. All four speakers literally brought so much for us to think, ponder, and perhaps to act. And this is what this session has actually highlighted, the importance of science communication in the context of various things. Communication was not always a problem. Just very briefly, I can tell you in the interest of time that many of these medieval scientists were able to conduct good science, contribute science, but also to contribute and communicate science to the people. This was a pre-Renaissance period when church and scientists were in tussle. At that point of time, a new vocabulary was developed, a vocabulary jargon which scientists can only understand with each other. And they were at the point when they were completely disconnected because for the survival of the science which they were conducting, they wanted to be separate from the church and the common people, so they could not really understood. That chronic problem for over 400 years have got really very, very complicated. And today the speakers have actually highlighted that aspect of lack of communication in the context of many very important facets. With this, I'd like to close this session. I'm sure that you'll get plenty of opportunities of discussing and asking questions. So I think what I would say that you kindly benefit from the presence of the speakers during the lunchtime, discuss with them, and perhaps use the opportunity during the workshop to have these wonderful people responding to your questions. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We need to give shields, right?
Okay, yeah.
Where is Ikram?
Uh,
Or shall be shields are here. Michael, this is a very great data. Walnut wood. It's not really indented. We've done well that instead of using language like that, that is the use Thank you. I have a great collection of go for lunch and we'll be back by 2:00.
We have to be back sharp at 2.
Thank you very much, honorable participants, for reassembling again after the lunchtime. Now we are going to start our second session of 2 days, and that will be chaired by Dr. Mahalakshmi Arujanan. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ikram. So I spent about 7 + 4 hours just flying to come here, and another 8 hours in Doha on transit. So that is why you see my face so often, because these people want to make full use of my time that I spent on flying. So you'll see me more often, but this session I'm going to chair, where we have got 2 esteemed speakers. Of course, one does not really need so much of introduction, Dr. Syed Javed Khurshid, and then we have got a journalist, Mr. Alim Ahmad. So Dr. Syed Khurshid is currently He is an independent think tank after contributing so much to Pakistan in atomic research, atomic energy, and working on many other areas as well, such as climate change, net zero emission, even weapons of mass destruction. So, and he is also very well known outside Pakistan. He has been working in Italy and Austria and many other countries as well. So with that introduction, I'm going to invite Dr. Javed to speak about communicating facts about climate change.
Thank you, Maha, for the introduction. We have been together so many times that she remembers the introduction. Thank you, Wadley, sitting for this lecture. Today, when I was thinking and arranging this seminar, I thought I might be speaking on those topics which covers the communicating facts on the climate change. And particularly, I will be educating the case of the nuclear energy. So it will be very interesting, and I will like to have the questions from the participants and other people too, which are here. So today, communicating facts about the climate change. Second slide. Okay, going back. Okay, the prime goal when we talk about science communication, the prime goal is to increase awareness by presenting science-related topics to the general public, official authorities and non-experts. Science has great potential to do much more, but its public value depends on how well scientific information is communicated. While evolving communicative technologies, we have to change communicative behaviors and expectations. Scientific communities and media have to adopt to these changes. There are increased instances when scientific findings that could improve equality of life are marked by more sensational news. So I will show you what is the difference of the communicating the science actually. Okay, now my target will be two things, the climate change, and the second is nuclear energy or nuclear power. Communicating about climate change, these days communicating about climate change is one of the most important things. Communication, so you have heard three people talking about climate change in this conference. So communication can mobilize all stakeholders to confront this crisis. Everyone has to play by raising their voices, sharing solutions, and advocating for change. By writing an article, creating video, or a podcast. But it should be, the important thing is, it should be responsible, reliable, effective, and informative. See, because these words I'm saying for the media people, that give the scientific information, but it should be responsible, reliable, effective, and informative. Second, I will show you a picture here. You can see the heading of this news is dense smog leads to closure of nuclear power plants. Second, power supply disrupted in several areas, plants and resume work within 72 hours. Then the news inside doesn't talk about anything which is said up there in the heading. Second, there is a picture which has a caption that it is of C1, C2, C3, and C4. Now, here I will say that information from the media should be reliable. Why it should be reliable? Because there is no relationship between smog and the nuclear power plants, one thing. Second, no connection between shutting off the nuclear power plants to control the smog. So third, power plants were shut down once after 12 or 16 months for routine refueling and nuclear fuel. The photograph given is not of even Tashma nuclear power plant. Misleading context distort the perception of the climate change and the solution. When we don't give the actual news, reliable news. So we can't even tell the facts about the climate change to the general public. Creates confusion to delay action. That always create confusion to delay actions. Next, the 4 Chashma plants look like this, not like that. Okay, this picture has already been shown by Kamran too. Should have shown the real picture. Should have visited the site in person before writing the article. Okay, so this is the responsibilities of the media people here. Now, when I am talking about the climate change, I will talk about many things which need to be communicated to the general public. UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change suggests use authoritative scientific information. Misinformation distorts the scientific perception of the climate change and thus creates a confusion. This is the basic information or guidelines that have told to the media people. Okay, now the problem is climate change, informative climate change communication. When we talk about climate change, it is real. We know it is here. It is harming us. It is here to stay until we achieve a net zero emission, which Dr. Wardley has talked about in his lecture. We caused it. We are the person, whatever he has, the data he has given, we caused it. We are sure we know how to fix it, but only if we cooperate and communicate. So we have to fix the climate change. But basic things are, we have to cooperate and communicate. Time window is too short because 2030 and 2050 are the targets to achieve. We will have to adopt those procedures which we can get the net zero emission. We have to learn to prosper in this world defined by climate change. Can you remove this? I can't read it. Okay. The problem is with the developing countries. They need help in adaptation, mitigation, and the pursuit of prosperity. Now, when we like to communicate, what we like to communicate about the risk, global change, the top global risk for human beings these days in the next 10 years will be the climate risk. Results of failure to mitigate climate change is more severe. Failure of climate change adaptation is also disastrous. Natural disaster and extreme weather events is happening. We are doing nothing. We are not doing anything systematically or planned about the climate change. Now I'm mentioning a little bit about Pakistan in the situation. What we are doing, as Maha also mentioned in her lecture, what we are doing here in Pakistan is a reactive approach. When we talk about climate change, we have to have a proactive approach. We are not doing any proactive approach. So it is very important to see that all our thinking, all our actors, all our decisions are about the reactive approach, not the proactive. Okay, now everybody talked about the greenhouse gases. Let me tell you what the greenhouse gases are. Mainly, there are four or five greenhouse gases, in which the most important is, which have most the contribution is carbon dioxide, which is 64%. Why it is dangerous? At least it stays for 100 to 300 years in atmosphere. Second is methane, which is 19% and comes from the agriculture activities. It has a 12 years of half-life, but 25 times more potent in the trapping of heat than carbon dioxide. Now, a simple thing I want to show you, that when the sun rays comes from the sun and hits the earth, they are reflected back by the earth. But when they are reflected back, if there are greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, they reflect it back to the earth, and thus the temperature of the earth rises. This is the effect of greenhouse gases. Okay, now we cannot stop one thing, that is development. And development is essential in the life. And in development, we are using energy from different sources, and energy doing different things. So if you see, there is a percentage of activities and things which energy shares with each other. Now, as Dr. Wadley has already talked about it, and this is the example, to avoid the worst of climate change, we want to stabilize carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere. And the target is that it shouldn't be go above than 550 PM if we want to keep temperature rise from 1.1 to 1.5. Second, right now, the carbon dioxide level is 410 ppm. In 2050, it is estimated to increase to 450 to 620 ppm, and 2001, 21,600 to 100 ppm. Two ways to keep it to 410 ppm. We want to keep it 410 ppm, and there are two ways of it. First, mitigation. We should focus on limiting the emissions of the greenhouse gases to moderate global climate change. And second is the adaptation, focus on the removal of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to control the climate change. Now, what is happening? What happened last year? Due to the rise of temperature, the climate change, you can see a mega heat wave engulfed the planet. Every day of summer, temperature rising. You can feel the temperature rise. Climate change is finally here. 35 degrees centigrade in London, 40 degrees centigrade in Spain, 38 degrees in Paris, and above 50 degrees centigrade in the subcontinent. So, what are the recent climate change effects in Pakistan and trends? You can see there are a lot of things. We, as Wadley was speaking, but I will show you the contribution of Pakistan is very less towards the greenhouse gases as compared to the other countries. But we have to bear we have to adopt those procedures which need a lot of money, and how we can do that. Okay, we have seen that for 21st century, the project temperature rises 1 degree centigrade, and the globe, which is higher than the global average. Global average rise is now 0.5 to 0.8 degree centigrade. I have given many examples what is happening here. 3 to 5% decrease in cloud cover in central Pakistan, with increase in sunshine hours, 5% increase in net irrigation water requirement. See how the climate change affects every part of the life. And it is not just a simple thing that you can control this or you will control everything, but it is a combination of a lot of things. You have to control a lot of things. 10 to 15% decrease in both winter and summer rainfalls in the coastal belts and hyper-arid zones, 18 to 30% increase in rainfall in monsoon zones. You have seen the floods, especially in the subhumid and humid areas, expanded aridity in northern parts outside monsoon range, and arid regions, frequency of depression, cyclones increase over Bay of Bengal, sea level rising, you have heard about it, impacting coastal areas. Now, what implications they are causing? First, they are the fields, agriculture, forestry, coastal zones, the biodiversity, water resources. But what has really happened? Third, now the extreme climate events, rain and floods caused 33 million people affected, 8 million displaced, 1 million houses washed out, 800K livestock dead. More than 2,500 people died. More than 200 bridges collapsed. Appeared that we are badly affected by the climate change. We have to do something. It is here. Unless we can't, it is very difficult to live on this planet unless we control that. Okay. Now, in COVID-27 this year, last year in November, one of the main points discussed was that nuclear power should be the fastest path to net zero emission. This is one of the things in COVID-27 came under the discussion. It was a paper presented there. Then in COP28, which is going to be held in Dubai, will strengthen it a step further by calling it not even a renewable energy, but calling it as a green energy source. I'm just coming to the nuclear energy. Science communication should develop awareness in the people, in the stakeholders, that nuclear power releases no carbon dioxide and thus a green energy. Second, we have a concept that it is not safe. You can't see that it is safe. Okay, as I said in the beginning, that we need energy. Energy is the basic to even attain the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it is the basic thing by which we can remove and achieve. We can achieve 17 development goals. Beside that, we can remove poverty, we can help factors, because energy is helping. Energy is there in every part of these development goals. Okay. We need a step forward. Bottom-up pledges with a soft regulatory architecture. The weakness is absence of a proactive approach or strategy, as I have mentioned before. Now, what is happening in Pakistan? Pakistan emits 408 million tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to this million tons of carbon dioxide, which is, you can imagine, which is 0.83% of the global total of 48.892. So we are contributing a very little. Further, future greenhouse gases emission are projected to grow at a 9% per year to reach this 1 megaton of carbon dioxide in 2030. Pak and NDC document submitted in 2016 commits the country to a 20% reduction in projected emission, provided $40 billion should be provided and funded in those projects, which we don't have. So we have to adopt other ways to control this carbon dioxide release. I won't go. I had 3-4 slides what the government is doing. I'm not going to show that because there's a problem. This is not what is actually happening. There is no such thing as climate policy implementation. Climate policy is there. It is given in 2012 and it is changed in 2016, but it is still, there is no such thing as climate policy implementation, because therefore I called it as a reactive approach, not a proactive approach. No one knows who is doing what in the government. So my target is the energy. I said we need energy. How? But the first point which I mentioned in the climate change, energy produces greenhouse gases. But energy is essential for the development. Energy is required to sustain development goals, should be affordable. First part, energy should be affordable, should be clean without producing carbon dioxide. Power generation is the basic leading cause of air pollution, as I have shown you in the figure first. Scientific community is challenged to generate clean energy, but controlled and non-toxic waste. Source to create energy. If you look at it at energy mix of the world and energy mix of the country, they have fossil fuel, hydro, nuclear, and renewable energy sources. How they look like, if you look at the energy mix of the world, they have fossil fuel usage of 68%, hydro 16%, nuclear 14%, and renewable up to 6%. But the important thing which I want to mention, but as you look at the Pakistan fossil fuel, 68%, hydro 18, nuclear 0.9, 9%, and renewable 4%. But if you see, I have written in the bracket that Pakistan has using more oil and coal, whereas the world using more fossil fuel as a gas. So the oil and coal gives more carbon, releases more carbon dioxide when they are used. Okay, now why I am saying the coal is bad? If you compare coal to nuclear energy, natural uranium contains 99.3% uranium-238 and 0.7 of the uranium-235. And we are concerned about we use uranium-235 for energy production. 1 kg of uranium-235 will generate as much as energy as of 3,000 tons of coal. You can just imagine about that, without carbon dioxide emission. Second, the important portion attached to it. Now, 1 ton of coal, in which 78% is pure, produces 2.8 ton of carbon dioxide, which stays in the air for 60 years, largest source of global warming. So what we have to do, we have to reduce the usage of coal, basically, and the fossil fuels. But the coal is the thing which is used most, so we have to reduce that. Each year, about 34 billion tons of carbon dioxide is released in the atmosphere by humans or human activities. About 14 million tons for the electricity production. Now, then I come to hydro, which is very important, which should be adopted by Pakistan. But in hydropower, why we are not adopting it? We are a small country. We have very small land areas. We have to save that land areas. And the hydropower generates majority of renewable energy. It's true, renewable, green, and controllable and safe, but covers a huge land area. Environmental consequences are there. Biodiversity and unfriendly things can happen. Drought can happen, claiming to huge amount of farming lands, involve flooding of huge valleys. So we can't afford that. Next, coming to, I'm just talking about the renewable energies. I am not talking about other energies. I'm talking about the renewable energies. Wind power can generate around 2 watts of per mega square meter. But again, it is renewable green, but problem is with the wind energy, it is fluctuating, need lots of space on the coastal areas, which we don't have in Pakistan. Noise problem is there, then threat to wildlife is there. So even it is renewable, it is green, but these problems are there. And according to our countries, we cannot, our country, Pakistan, we cannot spare so much area. Solar. We talk about solar energy. I will say the problem with the solar energy is this. Problem I will mention in the last. And first I will mention what is the problem. First, when we manufacture solar panels, we use chemicals like sodium hydroxide, hydrofluoric acids, emit greenhouse gases. Use toxic phosphine gases, nitrogen trifluoride, which is 17,000 times more toxic than the carbon dioxide. See, solar technology looks like safe, but when you are making the cells, you use NF3, which is 17,000 times more toxic. Then again, you use heavy metals, silicon, lead, chromium, cadmium, which emits toxic acid. Problem with the solar panels are there. no regulation. This is the thing. I'm not against solar energy, but I'm saying that everything, when you have to make them safe, you have to have the laws. No regulation and standardization while manufacturing is done. And even after that, when after 10 to 15 years, these panels are completing life cycles, need to be disposed of. And we don't have the waste disposal procedures for the solar energy. The China and US is the basic producers of the solar panels, but they made the committees which are finalizing the laws for disposing of the solar panels. Unless they are there, we cannot say that they are safe. Now, global view, many countries starting it using nuclear energy, seeing all these renewable energy ideas, expanding nuclear power programs because they regard nuclear power as a clean and reliable source of electricity that can help to mitigate the impact of climate change. Nuclear power is a mature technology. It is a beneficial, responsible, and sustainable. See, we have seen in COVID-19 that we need that type of energy in which we shouldn't be dependent on the other countries. Like we used to bring oil from outside. In COVID-19, it was stopped and the energy price was going higher. So we have to believe on the indigenous sources. We have to use indigenous sources. Responsible countries abide by the highest safety and security standards and implement as IEA safeguards. More nuclear power plants will be vital to both protect wildlife and address climate change. We entreat the conservation and environment community to weigh up the pros and cons of different energy sources using objective evidence and parametric trade-offs, rather than simply relying on idealistic preparations of what is green. Okay, now we see there is a renaissance in nuclear power plants. In the last 10 years, a renaissance of nuclear power plants has taken place. Three drivers have taken us to the nuclear power, which is estimated increase of global demand of electricity, which we estimate 410 gigawatt in 2022, 480 gigawatt in 2030, and 598 gigawatt in 2040, and about 760 gigawatt in 2050. So we have to produce energy. So we have to pick up those procedures, those renewable energy procedures which can help us. The quest for energy security and diversity, we have seen that in COVID-19. Need to mitigate carbon dioxide and tackle climate change due to the support of environmentalists. It is estimated completely to get rid of carbon dioxide, we need about 1,100 nuclear power plants in the world up to 2050. It is planned. Nowadays, we are having 15 to 20 next generation NPR should be coming up every year to meet the future requirement after taking care of these which are going into dismantling state, which is very important. Okay, I want to talk about that how many power plants are coming. Like in the world, there are 450 nuclear power plants working right away. If people don't know about it, they should know that 450 nuclear power plants are working worldwide. Then also 66 nuclear power plants will be coming in the next 3 to 4 years, and they have been approved by the IEA to be installed. Okay, and some of them will be in this Asian region, China, India, Pakistan, and all this. Yesterday, I was reading to a news in which Korea signed 4 nuclear power plants with Turkey to be installed in Turkey. Nuclear power in Pakistan. Let me give you a glimpse of nuclear power in Pakistan. We have K1, C1, C2, C3, C4 working, and they are operating. They are producing 4,300 megawatts. Then we have plant for C5, M1 and M2. C5 is in Chashma and M1 and M2 is in Muzaffargarh. Our target for 2030, given to the Pakistan government, the target which is accepted is 8,800 megawatt up to 2030. And up to we have a vision of producing like 40,000 megawatts up to 2050. Now, as I said, there is one question which rises. And I like to remove the safety and security thinking. I want to help the people to think how safe nuclear power is. If you look at it, I have compared the production of gigawatts of hours of energy with the death rates per unit of energy. If we see coal, it is 32.7 death occurs producing 1 gigawatt of energy. Then coal 24.5, oil 18.4, biomass 4.4 to 6, natural gas 2.8, hydro 1.3 deaths, wind 0 to 0.4. Then come the nuclear, and nuclear has a death rate of 0.03, producing 1 gigawatt. Then is the solar. So with this, I gave a thinking to the science communicators, the media people sitting here, to really tell the public in journal that what they think is not like that. The thinking should be on the data available, because data is the basic thing which tells us what to do, what to adopt. With this, I finish here. Thank you so much for listening to me. Now, if you have any questions, I can answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Javed. We will take questions after the other speaker.
Okay, fine.
But now what he has presented is a general overview of climate change, and then what are the impacts in Pakistan, and a little bit of comparison between different energy sources. Now, if we can, what he has presented to me as a science communicator, that can be repackaged into a few stories, high impact stories, which will really touch the hearts of people. Dr. Javed finished his talk by saying, this is the data. Now, to me as a science communicator, data with story becomes soul. So we need to have that soul, not just data. But when you're talking to regulators, it's different. But when we are talking to even policymakers or public, it has to come with soul. So the next speaker is going to tell us how to have that soul in a story. So I'm going to invite Mr. Alim Ahmad, who has got over 35 years of experience working in different media channels like print, television, broadcast, digital, and also social media. So Mr. Alim?
Yes. Bridging the gap. Okay. इसको ये ऑन कर दीजिए पहले खैर मैं कर दूं कोई टेंशन नहीं ठीक है स्पेस बार से हो जाएगा ना अस्सलाम वालेकुम and welcome all. In fact, I'm not going to tell you anything about the art and craft of storytelling. It is extremely entirely different thing. What I am going to tell you is that how we can bridge the gap between scientists and journalists, because both of these worlds are too much different from each other apparently, and both of them are working in different spheres. First of all, I shall begin with complaints and blames. I'm not going to tell you or not going to say that these complaints are right or wrong, but these things exist in the media and the circles of science as well. What scientists complaint. Journalists don't understand science. I think we all have experienced this fact once in a while or more often. Journalists remain careless about science. That's true as well. Most of the media houses and journalists do not care about whether they are reporting science correctly or incorrectly. Journalists incorrectly or inappropriately report science news and misquote scientists. Remember? They also sensationalize science stories. You may have seen such stories regarding especially COVID-19, what has happened throughout the mass media, not only just social media, but also within the circles of mass media, what we have heard about. Before that, you might have heard about bird flu back in 2003 and 2004, if you remember, if some of you remember what happened then. Too small or less important space for science coverage. That is, no prime time for science coverage and no front page. Yes, this is indeed true. And so on. You just keep counting and you will encounter new numbers, new facts, new complaints, new blames, and so on. But let the journalists have their own say, what they have to say. Scientists don't understand mass media and journalism. Yes, this is true. Scientists show reluctance to talk with journalists. This is more often. I do not know about other countries developing or developed, but I have more experience with the scientists within Pakistan, and I not so much strongly, but to very extent, I agree with this statement. Scientists use too much jargons while discussing their research with journalists. This is, I think this is a global phenomena. And when, as a science journalist, we talk about communicating science to the public, we often say, language, please. So this is the case. Scientists, they don't want others' opinions to be added in a story about their own research, even if the relevant researchers are asked about their research. As a journalist, we need to balance the story, and we need other voices regarding a research which is conducted by a certain person or a certain team of scientists. But it is very common here that scientists say, okay, if I have said, I have done the work, I am the original research worker, why you are asking about my research to another person who was not involved? Okay, he or she is from the same field, but I do not like it. And scientists don't care about journalists' deadlines. In journalism, we say deadline or you are dead. You either chase the deadline or your career as a journalist is finished. Same as if you are from the academia and publishing research papers, you might have heard publish or perish. The similar thing exists in the journalism as deadline or you are dead. So if you keep exploring, you will find lots and lots of complaints and blames. So let's forget about what we have done so far. Try to understand each other and move forward for a positive purpose. First, instead of criticizing, instead of criticizing, we need to understand and help each other to have which is much better option and which is much better and much positive things to do. With cooperation and even collaboration, science coverage in mass media can be greatly improved. If you have heard of Scientific American, it engages scientists and journalists equally. So I remember the time when they used to say that scientist written, journalist edited. So you will find the stories with the art and craft of storytelling, but very authenticated, very correct about science, explaining science in a very good manner. So is the case of New Scientist and Discover magazine and Nature, their popular section, and Science, of course. So what journalists can do? First of all, as a journalist, my advice, if journalists are here in the audience, I suggest that they should learn science, at least basics of science, and also how science really works, how science works. Second, take time and pain. Keep the painkiller, especially the spring-like stuff, with you, because science is not very easy to understand for a journalist, especially the ones who are not educated in science or do not have background knowledge of science. To understand science behind the story you are going to report. Of course, yesterday, one of my blog published in Dawn Urdu, dawnnews.tv, it is about Chat GPT, the chatbot. Though I know the artificial intelligence, I know the computer science behind, because I have done my master's in physics and I have been running a popular science periodical from 1998 to 2016, and my collective experience in the field of science journalism is now 35 plus years. But believe me, I took my time. I had to focus a lot, because my target was to make that piece accessible and entertaining to the people who do not understand science, or I do not expect them to know the science as a scientist or a software engineer should know. So take your time and pain to understand science behind the story you are going to report. Learn how to deal with scientific jargons. If please don't mind if I turn to Urdu, because we have something that कहा क्रिकेट में जाएं हम, कहा क्रिकेट में जाओ तुम, कहा इमरान का डर है, कहा इमरान तो होगा. Someone said, I want to play the cricket, and the respondent replied that there is a fear of Imran being there. So if it is cricket, then Imran will be there. So if you are dealing with science reporting and science popularization or science journalism, then you will have to face science jargons, but you need to learn how to deal with these scientific jargons and how to explain them briefly and simplest possible way. That's the job of a science writer, of a science or a science journalist. A piece of science appearing in mass media, no matter in the form of blog, in the form of something print article, or a vlog, or a short documentary, whatever it may be, but in it should not be a classroom lecture. It should be something informative, easy to understand, and if you can make it entertaining, believe me, you are going to hit the bullseye. Try to keep in touch with scientists and explore S&T related themes, topics that you can discuss with them in a friendly environment. Yes, why always have a meeting with scientists officially? Have a circle of friends, have some off the record chat and discuss about them. Sir, I am going to cover biotechnology in my upcoming, and or I'm planning to discuss biotechnology in my next feature. So can you guide me? So if the scientist is a biotechnologist, he will be able to tell you, or he or she would be able to better guide you than any other person. Or if not a scientist, of at least he or she may be a student of biotechnology with whom you can engage and learn about the field. what most of the journalists can do. Keep an eye on established and emerging S&T themes, science and technology, by regularly visiting trusted news outlets. Please do not visit conspiracy theories or websites that are propagating conspiracy theories. To me, the trusted source of science are only, I should say, a couple of dozen. Among them, I prefer Nature, Science, New Scientist, Scientific American, Alpha Galileo, which is a news service, press release service regarding science, Eureka Alert, Science Daily, SciTech Daily, and a couple of more. While reporting without losing clarity and fluency, never compromise on the correctness and factuality of science. Science, whatever you write about science, it should be factual, it should be research based, and as both of our colleagues said, that it should have data. It must contain numbers if it is about the numbers. So please, as I always say, I always recommend my friends in the journalism field of journalism, the field of reporting, that do care about science. Besides clarity, please be careful, be cautious about the correctness and factuality of science which you are reporting. Remember, science is as serious as politics, economics, or any kind of reporting beat you may have. So take it as seriously as any other discipline or any other field of journalism. So what about, I have said something to my friend journalists. Now I'm collectively talking about the media organization. Have a science beat? Yes. Most of the media houses, especially in Pakistan, do not have science beat. I know it because I have been part of all these things, and I have been doing science reporting and science writing for different news outlets. But unfortunately, there was no beat. We were asked, when someone used to ask me, what you do with express.pk? I report science, I write about science. I'm a science journalist. So, okay, but what you really do? Because if you are writing about science, if you are a science journalist in Pakistan, your community, the other journalists do not recognize you as a journalist. So have a science beat. This is for media organizations. Have a science beat, just like politics, showbiz, economics, sports, health, and environment beats. You can see health and environment beats are here, but unfortunately, in the field of health, people usually, those who call themselves health journalists, they usually report about the meetings of the organizations and so on, or general statements about the health situation and so on. So is the case of environmental journalism. Too little science of environment is discussed in the mass media, and in a way that a common, Pendu, an illiterate or least literate person who simple enough, you can call them a naive person. He or she does not understand what is being reported in the name of science news, environment news, and health news. What they know is something that very fancy statements and so on, but we do not get things done the way they should be. Get your reporters, journalists trained to report science correctly with the help of S&T departments or institutions from the academia. This is very important because without institutional collaboration, individuals cannot achieve this task. If we want to make a real impactful change, then we need to have institutional collaboration. Collaborate with S&T organizations, even as being media partners for their conferences and workshops. Yes, as Dr. Saab said, Dr. Javed Khurshid, we need to be proactive, not reactive. So it is also the duty of media organizations, media houses, that they should move forward and contact with the S&T organizations and say, okay, we are here. We are here to help you. What kind of support do you want? It is possible. You do not need to put billions upon billions of dollars to achieve this. All you need is good contact, good people to contact, right people to connect with. Hire science literate journalists and, if possible, science students as internees in your media houses. Remember, science, if someone is studying science out of curiosity, to learn something, to know something, such students would love to go to media houses as internees. Of course, these things sound, you may call a fantasy right now, but we have never experimented with such things, so we think it is impossible. So, how about scientists and researchers? Understand the difference between scientific writing and science writing. This is my experience whenever I discuss that. Sir, why don't you write about science? That I have written hundreds of research papers. Sir, research papers are for the other researchers. What you have written for the common people like me, who know very little about science. So most of the scientists, not in just Pakistan, but around the world as well, do not understand the difference between scientific writing and science writing. Just briefly, scientific writing is the process of writing a research paper, that is peer-reviewed research paper, that is called scientific writing. On the other hand, science writing is about writing science for the lay people. Naive people like me, you can explain me science. If you can explain, then it is science writing. Learn and practice the art and craft of science writing. Whenever you write a research paper, you to some extent play with the language, with your communication skills. All you need to do is to mold your skill set towards a wider audience. That is why I have put something extra, additional here, that you can do it better than journalists. We have seen the examples when scientists try to become journalists. They write, they communicate science in a much better way than the other journalists. So I think it's a good idea that scientists learn the art and craft of science communication, public communication of science and science writing, and they will see the results by their own. Try to have journalists in your friends circle and discuss with them science themes, topics that you want to write for the masses. If you are a scientist, then you can discuss it. You have your topics. Okay, I want to write about biotechnology. I want to write about nanotechnology. So journalists will ask you, what is it? What is all about? What its socio-economic impact going to be? What socio-economic impact it has? What potential it has? So as a scientist, when you discuss with a journalist who is supposedly know very little about science, you will learn that how you can reach the public and the mindset and intellectual level of your potential audience. Keeping all these things in mind, you will be in a better position to write for the masses, or you can call popularize science. Second slide. If possible, attend journalism and or creative writing courses, even if they are certificate level courses. Yes. Give yourself time, as I said about journalism. Same is the case for the scientists as well, because we need to bring scientists and journalists closer for practical, achievable, positive purposes, positive results. So each of one, on one hand, journalists and media organizations, on the other hand, scientists, researchers, and S&T, R&D organizations. So if they try, they can attend journalism or creative writing. Believe me, you will enjoy. Try to self-write press release for your own research in such a way that journalists, reporters, editors, or even readers find it easy to digest, appealing, and interesting. This is, you may, if you think you are a student, you are students here, this is your homework. Just go home, relax, think about the research paper you have written or you are writing, and it is going to be published in a certain research journal. Then think of it and write a press release about it for the media, keeping in mind that it should remain easy to digest, appealing, and interesting for the first journalists, reporters, editors, and readers as well. Though it is difficult, but you can also learn it with practice. Yes, it is achievable. Though it is difficult, but it is not impossible. Just give it a try. Help journalists to balance their S&T stories with different opinions other than your own. As I have said earlier in my presentation, scientists, being human, don't like anyone else to discuss or express his or her opinion about their own research. But in case of journalism, it is important. You need to be careful about it. Understand the crucial importance of deadlines in journalism. Yes, journalists are also working for certain media organization, and they are also as responsible as you, but in a different sense. Deadline is the deadliest thing they have to face in their routine life. So try to understand the importance of deadline, and keeping that in mind, coordinate and collaborate with them. So what about S&T institutions? It is very simple, but still you need to be very much careful. Have a clear, proactive media engagement strategy. Just this one line requires a huge conference, because engagement strategy involves lots of elements. Make a user or public friendly searchable website with active press section. Yes. Another, once again, we do have institutional websites. S&T and R&D institutes have their websites, but whenever you visit them, whenever you go to their their homepage, you will find His Excellency, Her Excellency, and such a great person, and that, so on and so on. But you will find, if press section is there, it is not updated even after a month. How a journalist can get latest reports and press releases from that website? As of now, most of the journalists are using internet and social media to get latest reports, but neither you have a good website, an active press section, timely updated, nor you are doing very much to support. You should do that. Make SNT based press releases, journalist friendly, and publish them in press section well before time. For example, if you are going to organize a workshop or a meeting or a press briefing 3 days later, and you have invited all the media persons from different media houses, you may also keep that press release on your website before 2 to 3 days. Also have a tweet about it and other activities on social media so that you can attract more journalists to cover and report about, cover and report about that event. Do have a glossary of scientific terms on your website to help journalists better comprehend these science and technology or research-based press releases. Yes, most of the time we use jargons and journalists get puzzled. They do not understand what is being written in a press release. So if your website will have a glossary and your press release will be in, you might say, in a blog style with hyperlinks to the words that are considerable, need attention, need to be explained, it will improve the coverage and the accuracy of reports emerging from the media. Add a blog section and encourage scientists to contribute in such sections. Yes, good science websites around the world, even from the governmental institutions, have their own blog sections. If you can see nasa.gov, they have a regular blog section in which their scientists, their researchers contribute to the public. They also have a video section where their media team regularly updates videos regarding their ongoing projects about space research, not just from the space, but about the space as well. Invite journalists and media persons to your institutions, show them your R&D activities, and let them understand their socio-economic impact or socio-economic potential. Yes, if you are going to bridge the gap, if you want to bridge the gap, then you need to invite. Do not wait. Invite them. Invite them to, okay, come to our place. We are doing such and such research. This is suitable. Let them see by themselves and ask them, let them ask questions and have people in your staff who can answer these questions. Make awareness or media coverage integral to your institutional policies and budget allocations as well. We want awareness, we want media coverage, but we do not have outreach or awareness as integral part of our policies. Neither we specifically allocate budgets, science, S&T or R&D organizations. If possible, commission freelance journalists to cover R&D activities in your institutions and help them report correctly. You may have staff writers in place of a freelance journalist, but freelance journalists, with freelance journalists, you may try different people, different styles, different outlets at different times. So your outreach will get a, you may say, your outreach will go wider. Allow your scientists to interact with journalists through various media outlets, media platforms, including social media. So as most of us are from Pakistan, we do understand that S&T or R&D institutions in Pakistan have very strict guidelines regarding or about scientists to communicate or interact with media persons. Showcase your R&D through public exhibitions, fairs, and media-specific events. Yes, do organize media-related or media-attracting events through, though it is unofficial, of course. have friends of institution like groups within media circles for better coverage. We call it not so bad cleverness. Get registered at PR sites like Alpha Galileo and Eureka Alert to have international reach for your press releases. If any one of you have seen these websites, they publish research papers based press releases from different institutions from around the world. If you get registered with them, you can put their institution, your institution's press releases on them, on these websites. Have an active presence on social media platforms, including Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, even TikTok. You might be surprised to know that even WHO has a TikTok account. So do not need to shy. You need to chase the purpose, and platform is a catalyst. I'm just going to end it. For S&T institutions, with the help of media organizations and or individuals, keep organizing science journalism, science writing workshops to train journalists about science and scientists about journalism. If possible, introduce science writing or science journalism courses within your own institution on regular basis, not off and on, but make an annual schedule. Long-term solution: with sustained and organized efforts, you can expect better results within 3 to 4 years. Yes, this is true. You need time. Everything needs time to get mature. Remember, media coverage of science isn't going to improve overnight. It will take time. Therefore, plan, execute, iterate, and have patience. Things will get better gradually and steadily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alim. As someone who has been a scientist and also a science communicator now, I can't agree more with Mr. Alim on both sides, the journalists and the scientists. The only thing is that scientists gave the scientists to write a journalism article. I think it's a bit of a tall order. I think we need to break that down into smaller pieces. What I will do in my workshop is just ask scientists to find the hook first. What is the hook in your research that when you start telling the hook, people say, hey, I want to know more. So start finding the hook. Number two, jargons. What I will say is start using analogies or metaphors to explain your jargon. So once you break down your research into all these things, then you can start drafting something that is easy to understand by a 12-year-old. That's what I think I would say.
In fact,
Mr. Ali.
my point was that I was trying to bring scientists and journalists closer.
Yeah.
The rest was details.
Yeah, but I think, what I was saying is giving scientists smaller assignments because
It was just a joke. It was nothing serious.
Okay. So we have got one question from Dr. Bilal Ahmad, who is joining us virtually. And that question is forwarded to Dr. Javed. And the question is, along with nuclear energy, should we move towards renewable energy, biogas, biodiesel, biofuels production?
I think I have just discussed nuclear energy as a renewable energy. So renewable energy has nuclear energy, solar energy, wind energy, biomass energy, and everything. What I was making a difference between the nuclear energy and other renewable energies. And I'm counting the nuclear energy as a renewable energy and a green energy. So I'm not making a difference. I was just comparing all the renewable energies. I was not going for the fossil energy and other things. I was just comparing the renewable energies and talking about their safety, which one is good renewable energy. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions? We have got, Mr. Alim presented a very good presentation. Yes, please. Oh, we've got 3 questions. Okay.
Thank you. So just in the morning and this session also, I have heard at least a couple of times the word or a phrase, the science diplomacy. Sometimes it rumbles in my belly. I believe it's an oxymoron. There are two different oppositely meaning words. They're combined together. One is the science, the other one is the diplomacy. Diplomacy has an inherent negative connotation in it because you need to be sometimes diplomat, blah, blah, blah. And science is really just an black and white. It's just a straight. So I would like to hear the comments from all of those people who are sitting over here as a panelist, why it should be a science diplomacy. I mean, it should not be like that. So just your opinions. Thank you.
Michael, do you want to take that?
If not, I think that really the mechanisms by which I would choose the words evidence and popularity. And as I see it through, those are two different ways of viewing the world. And if you want to be an excellent popularist, you go that way and you maximize your popularity. If you want to be an excellent in the evidence, you go that way. And I think what we should think about is that the vast majority of our governments, we're all organized by nation states, 197 of them, are really by popularity. And now how does factuality or evidence fit into that? So for example, what I thought these were excellent presentations by these gentlemen. My concern about, for example, climate, it is beyond dispute that the two objectives of our international climate treaty are 1.5 and 2C. The data is utterly hidden. What I told you today, that it's 4 years and 17 years at the very best probability, at the most likely probability, journalists will not print it. Why? Because they feel they are under survival attack. They need popularity. Social media has eroded their financial base. They want things that are popular for their audience and saying we're keeping 1.5 alive and net zero by 2050, when half of the politicians will be dead by 2050. You know? So I think that's a huge question. The erosion of popularity into classic journalism is death. And I'm talking the New York Times, Washington Post, the people who brought you Watergate and the Pentagon Papers and so on. Now it's swung the opposite direction. They're cooperating with Joe Biden in not telling Americans how high their per capita emissions are and not telling Americans that it's 4 years till 1.5. Again, these are high level facts. These are not obscure things, very, very high level. Now, what do we do about that? And I think it is a turning point of journalism because we've eroded their economic base of classical journalism.
Thank you, Michael. I'll take a dig into the question you asked, or science diplomacy. Now, I completely agree with you that science is very evidence-based and it is like almost like black and white, at least for now. Later, 5 years down the road, we might find some other evidence for the same topic. Science grows, science develops, but then science never lies. But diplomacy is so important because when there is a convention, like you see, the space does not belong to any one country. Antarctica doesn't belong to any one country. So this type of things, there's international conventions. And at international conventions, science takes a backseat. And that is sad, but that's the reality. Why science take a backseat? US will come and talk about what is important for their economy. Oil and gas is important for their economy. So, this is what Mike said. Then science, science becomes a bit gray. And also there's so much of lies as well. So this is where, and that convention, the thing is, it's not majority vote. It is consensus. Can you imagine 190 over countries sitting together and everyone must say yes to that one paragraph? It's not easy. So this is where diplomacy comes in and say, okay, in the spirit of compromise, I agree with China. In the spirit of compromise, I will change this word to this word. So this is where diplomacy comes in, and it's so important. So this is reality. As I said in my presentation earlier, what we can do anything in the lab, but the reality is there's economy, trade, ethics, religion, social behavior. that we need to think before we put our science into the marketplace. Okay? Yes.
I can help a little bit in this, what Maha has commented. As Kamran has given you two examples, and which is really worked for Pakistan, and he has mentioned about Dr. Abdul Salam. Dr. Abdul Salam, when he started, the basic factor was that he wanted to have a educated and transfer of knowledge between the developing countries and developed countries. See, you have to bring every scientist on the same portfolio, because if you want to achieve the targets, if you want to achieve whatever one learned from the science and want to gain the effects of that thing, you have to combine together. There comes the science diplomacy. Otherwise, it is science communication or science popularization. When science diplomacy comes, actually you are sharing your experiences, what you have achieved with for the good of the communities, as Maha said, to the 197 countries. Because there, when you sit, everybody has a different thinking towards a thing, but you have to finalize that, and you have to finalize on few words, and you agree to that. See, Pakistan has earned a lot. I will give you another example. We were giving these machineries to CERN, but now we are one of their scientific partners as an associate to the CERN, because we are transferring the scientific knowledge or mechanical knowledge or engineering knowledge to them for the betterment of the humanity. So there comes the science diplomacy, if you do something for the betterment of it.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Pakiza, and I have a question for Dr. Javed. Sir, first of all, I really enjoyed your talk, and I was just wondering if the solution is that simple for the clean energy that we should go for the nuclear plants, then what is actually stopping us to do that?
That's a very good question. In that sense, see, if you know the price of a nuclear power plant, then you will see it is very difficult it is not likely $900 billion for for one plant to get. And if you are putting two plants, actually your PSDP, the PSDP of Pakistan, cannot support that power plant to have. This is very interesting, because all the power plants we are getting as aid from the China. And China is giving a loan to us to have these power plants. In the future, we are working with the Chinese as on BOT basis, that if we bought them, they can establish here, they can operate them for 5 to 6 years, they can earn the money out of that, and then they can transfer that to us. Because, see, it is very, therefore I have given a suggestion on an international forum that we should have a fund of nuclear energy transfers, and we should give loan to the developing countries to have that nuclear power plants, which can be recovered afterwards after the nuclear power plants are stationed, because the lifetime of a nuclear power plant is 60 years. So you can earn the money, you can give the money back, and then you can go. See, I will ask you one question. If anybody asks to comment putting the coal power plants, whether you put a coal absorbers plant there with the coal power, we have taken a lot of plants in the recent year from China, which they have dismantled it. They was dismantled there. There was old plant. We bought them, we brought them here. Did anybody ask that did you put carbon dioxide absorber with the coal power plants? Have you purchased that? So what we are doing for the climate change, why the climate ministry is not active to do that? Why they are not asking the questions? So there are a lot of things. We have to combine, we have to take a combined action to do all these things. So if we cannot do the things in pieces. We have to combine.
It's for countries like us, but for developed world, why are they not shifting?
Okay, developers have carbon dioxide plants beside their coal plants, and they use them for production of fertilizer, for production of carbonated drinks and other things. So they utilize them. They utilize as a fertilizer. But we don't talk to each other. We don't talk in the ministries with each other that we are doing that. Can you help us? How we can do that? How we can use those waste things. So it is a combined effort. We don't do any combined effort. I have raised the question in the beginning. If you see, we know what we like to do. We know how it can be done, but we are not doing it because we are not collaborating. We are not cooperating. This was the first question which I raised.
I think you see, we are not collaborating, we are not cooperating. That is part of science diplomacy as well. But to answer your question, partly because some countries still think that nuclear plant is dangerous, and they connect that to the tsunami in Japan. And again, it's like connecting smoke with a nuclear plant. So a lot of misinformation as well.
Yes,
yeah,
you're right. Because nobody died from the radiation there. People died due to tsunami. So there was no radiation effect there. So it is the responsibility of the journalists or media people to tell the people that this is not the story. The story is different behind them.
And NGOs as well. So is it
here, please?
Okay.
One practical point. I urge all of you to think about per capita, per capita, per capita, per capita, and not total nation, total nation. I'm telling you, one of the biggest problems in communication is this idea that we'll take a total nation and add it up. Notice how wonderful that slide was that took a per capita approach to deaths by comparing the equal amount of energy you get from coal and nuclear and so on. That's a brilliant slide. And there's so much distortion that goes into when you don't use per capita. So, and even by the way, with Pakistan's emissions, don't say you're this much of the global total. That plays into the China syndrome. Oh, China's the biggest emitter. Always say you're per capita, which is breathtakingly low. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Yes, because some countries can be small, not densely populated. Okay, now I'm going to take 3 questions all at one time. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, please go.
So I actually do not have a question. I'm Dr. Abia. My field is virology. It's an appreciation comment to Sir Aleem. Sir, I felt every word you said. Thank you very much for this. And I will need 5 minutes of your time to discuss a couple of things, from a scientist's point of view. But also I would like to make a comment on what he was talking about, the scientific diplomacy. I think all of you explained it very well, but I will try and simplify it what I do the best. He was saying that diplomacy has a negative annotation. Yes. The discussion in the morning was not about bringing diplomacy in science. It was actually about bringing science in the diplomacy. That was the thing, making things clear at diplomatic level to help make better decisions. That was the point.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Up there.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sakib from the Pakistan Science Foundation. I have some observations and some suggestions in order to inculcate this valuable discussion towards the ending point. As I feel, and that's my humble suggestion at this forum, that we are actually working in silos. That is the big problem in Pakistan, especially I'm talking in Pakistan. For example, science communication is the advanced stage of the science diplomacy. Science diplomacy itself is to be actually categorized into 3 different classes: science for diplomacy, diplomacy for science. We need diplomacy for science in Pakistan, actually. And the problem is in Pakistan, we are not actually inculcating this component of the science communication and science diplomacy in the real-time policies in almost all sectorial development. That is the problem. So the solution of this problem, which I suggest, because the selection of the STI leaders, science, technology, and innovation leaders, which is very important for all the institutions. So we need to inculcate the component of science communications and the diplomacy for science for the selection of the STI leaders in the policy document. This is very important. Number 2, if we are really, formed to determine achieve the goals of the SDGs, then we should work on the PP, public-private partnership modalities. Because I firmly believe that this interministerial coordination and this lack of working environment may not be fruitful to inculcate the real concept of the science communication or diplomacy for science in Pakistan. Pakistan Science Foundation is very much keen to inculcate this component, but unfortunately, I'm really very, surprised to know that Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is not so keen to, to adopt the proactive approach for the policy documents to bring this science communication in the real-time applications. Thank you.
Science Foundation is mandated to popularize science, but back in 2013 and 2014, your higher-ups changed their mandate and pulled the plug from the science popularization projects. Now, I can see Science Caravan bus is standing there, and you do not have funds to popularize science by yourself. I have witnessed Science Foundation since 1997, and I have seen lots of things change there. So it's a long debate, but
okay,
I have. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I would like to just add, a couple of weeks back, I was actually shortlisted for the post of the science counselor in Embassy of Pakistan, Beijing, China. And the real problem with, I was pointed out, the selection of the STI leader, which is done by the ministry. This is the key component, which is very important. If the STI leader is not well versed about the mandate of the organization, how is it possible to inculcate the best ideas for the organizational reforms? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me reassure you, this is not just Pakistan. This type of differences and working in silos happens everywhere. So there's nothing to be embarrassed. What we need to do is really talk to each other and try to improve, what we are doing now. And the last question from there.
This is Muhammad Akram Mughal. I'm serving as Deputy Director, Cybersecurity in Federal Investigation Agency. Before raising the question, I would like to give you some sort of quotations. One is, if you can communicate color to a blind, then you actually know the communication skills. Second, if you cannot measure something, then you cannot control that thing. Why I said that? Because you put it in your whole presentation of communication or bridging the communication gap between the different audience, scientists and media people or journalists. Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam taught us that whenever you are communicating in general or trying to bridge the gap between the audience, then you should use symbolism, tamsilat in Arabic language, symbolism, examples, the language which the audience understand, not your own language. The scientists should use the language of audience, not the language of their literature. Second, feedback is important mechanism. That's why I quoted second quotation, because when we get feedback from the audience, then we basically measure how up to which extent they understand our communication. If we want to improve our communication, then we must have feedback mechanism in place during our all sessions so that we can measure that where we need and up to which extent we need to improve that area. The third one, there is a finding by the California University regarding communication skills. They says that their psychology department says that communication comprises of 3 segments. One is the selection of words, which has just 7% shares in our whole communication. Second one is our body language, which has 37% share of it in our communication. And third one is our emotional involvement into the subject on which we are speaking or talking. That is 56% of the total communication. Urdu mein agar main Shoresh Kashmiri ki,
I think you go straight to the question. What you question?
My question is that whether these factors should be part of your presentation or not, should it be included in your communication skills part or not?
Okay, thank you so much. Now,
I think we shall discuss this question on a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Will it be better?
yeah, you see, this
It's
type
fine.
of communication training takes at least we can do a communication training for a whole 5 days. So what Mr. Alim did was, given the 30 minutes, I think he did very well dissecting different scientists and media, what they do and how we can bridge the gap. So with that, I would like to thank both the speakers, Mr. Alim and Dr. Said, and I invite both of them for The token of appreciation.
Very good. Good going, guys. Yes, I would love to get in touch with you. But I must talk to you about what's happening as I see it, the events up. And, you know, Kennedy's book profiles of birds. I heard about it. Yeah, well, they're doing profiles of cows. And that's a. So I love it. I wish I would say that. And of course.
इकराम कितने तक वापस आना है?
There it is. We the people. Thank you very much for your assembling for the last session of today's meeting. And for the session chair, I would like to request Mr. Faisal Raza Khan to please chair this session. This session comprises upon two lectures, one in person and the second one will be delivered from Dubai by Saad Lutfi Saib online. So please, Mr. Faisal Raza Khan is the chair of this session. Yes. Please have a seat there. It's over to you, sir.
Is it okay from here?
Yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Ikram sir. On behalf of Regional Repo, because I am representing Regional Repo as a senior analyst as well, and I'm a journalist working for 92 News as a senior correspondent. And Regional Repo is a geopolitical think tank. I'm really thankful to Sayyid Javed Khurshid Sahab, OIC Comstech, particularly Coordinator General Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, and whole of the team of OIC Comstech. This session is particularly related to the most important personalities, two of one, and the topic is very unique, particularly. When you're talking about open data, we'll discuss later that how much it is open, but open data, particularly related to what the UNESCO, United Nations Educational and Science and Culture Organization, always propagating that data must be open. This openness actually contributes in lots of factors, particularly when we are talking about science communication and informing people in real terms how actually science is contributing. So in that sense, I'm not taking much time. Our first speaker has the part one, which was excellently carved. He is a very eminent scientist and filmmaker, and Michael Wadley, you are all aware of him, and he has given a great presentation this morning. Now, this is the part two of his presentation, and that is we, the people of the United Nations, and how this open data contributes to science and the realities of science. So we'll listen to him first, and then afterwards we'll have some comments on that. So, Mr. Michael Wadley.
Thank you. Now, I began last time in 1900, so now we'll move forward 45 years. The basis of this is a poster from 1945, and it's quite interesting. If you allow me to read, "We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights." I've changed this slightly. First of all, remember that Churchill reminded us that democracy is the worst form of government except all others, and democracy means we the people. It doesn't mean we the governors. So it's interesting that the United Nations, 197 nations, begins we the people, not we the governments. The second thing is that the new form of war, even though it's so awful what's happening in Ukraine, but the new form of war that's going to kill us all is suicidal war on nature. So that's why I updated it to that. We have to remember we can kill millions in war, but if we start eroding our base where we eat and where we get our water, then we're all finished as the human existence. Now, the last idea here is on human rights, and you'll see that a human right, a fundamental human right, is open data, to be informed and not to be deceived. Next slide. Now, in the background there is this famous gathering. To tell you just a few sentences about it, in Woodstock, New York in 1911, the American Communist Party was founded. That's 1911. And now we're up to the 60s. Since 1911, all the people who were to the left of the Democratic Party went to Woodstock and basically got ideas, for what to do on the very far left. Many of them were Jews from Russia. And the point would be that in 1962, Silent Spring was written by an author from Woodstock. And so in 1962, the agenda changed to the environment. It had been more political before that. And Woodstock was in the hills, it was in farms. In fact, you're looking at the farmland around Woodstock filled with 500,000 people. But the point was that three young Jewish boys who were my age, whose parents had made a great deal of money. They were from Princeton University, so they were well educated. They thought it would be a great idea to do a festival for the environment. And their idea was to hold it on a farm. And their logo was this dove sitting on the guitar. So that's peace and music. And the peace was to be peace with the environment, peace with your wife, your husband, peace between nations, so on and so on. It was a universal festival. But the key phrase was back to the garden, because if we don't have the garden, we don't have food, we're all finished. So that's it there. Now, the BBC at the same time was not only covering Woodstock, but I want you to just read a couple of the words that were coming out of them. We think that climate change began what, in 2015 with the Paris Agreement? Bullshit. It goes way back here. Listen to a few of these words that came out. BBC World Service, 1969, the Wreath Lecture, which is their most prominent event. There's a change which we are contributing to the atmosphere, a change brought about by the burning of fossil fuels, a change in the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, a change which produces a greenhouse effect and a warming of the earth, a change which will melt the polar ice caps and raise the level of the oceans. That's enough of that. The speech concludes with, "The world is not safe from us human beings in our enlightened cave. The question is whether we are to shrink our lives to a condition of life and death, or do we look outward and proclaim that we live in a beautiful world, this farm outside of Woodstock, which we mean to maintain?" Well, of course, the Woodstock generation of the counterculture voted for that last thing there. Next slide. Now, in 1971, we, of course, in the United States were at war with Vietnam. There was a landmark Supreme Court ruling for freedom of the press. There we go to open data against government concealments in a war between nations, right? So you want to think about what it said. And here was a sentence, a key sentence from it. "And paramount among the responsibilities of a free press is the duty to prevent any part of government from deceiving the people, we the people, and sending them off to die," right? Now we are here in 2023. Today's humanity suicidal war on nature has vastly escalated since 1971. And the evidence is, get this, the free press is allowing governments to deceive the people and send them into the near future to die, potentially in the hundreds of millions. That's why we're doing open data. This information is not getting out to the people who are the electorate who should know. Next slide. Now we're back to the slide I showed you in the first place, but now this time it's applied to the media as well. And again, I'm talking red zone. I have no experience in your media here. I'm only talking in the very rich nations. They are simply not reporting it. Now, what they complain to me about is they say social media has eroded our economic base. Everyone's moving to social media for their news, moving away from us. We get less advertising dollar. Therefore, we're suffering. Therefore, we must go like the politicians for popularity, not evidence. That's what sells. Good news, positive stories, not reality. So there we are. Now, what are we going to do? If the electorate doesn't get the information, how are they going to pressure government to change? Next slide. Now, this is an extremely popular slide, and I have many other ramifications from it. But many sociologists and psychologists and others, social scientists, agree with this. Ultra-high lead humanity in nowism. Everything for the present, nothing for the future. Maintain and increase living standards for me, for us now. And down at the bottom, you see the slogan, me, more, new, now. Now, the argument here is that this began in the red zone, but it permeates everything. Hey, we all want to maintain and increase our living standards. And if we chop off investing anything in the future, therefore we have all that money, all that effort to spend for nowism. Next slide. Now, the problem here is look at, now I put the wealth on the front of the individuals there. Look at the wealth of the ultra high, $309,000 per person, man, woman, and child. Look at the next ones down here and then go to Pakistan here, 2,000. Now, the point is that the ultra high, the red zone, has no excuse for being nowist, none at all. You would say Pakistan and the low developed and the medium developed do have, they don't have that much. They, of course, want to move up the development ladder. No excuse from the red zone, but the red zone is leading the charge. So my argument again from lecture one, we got to stop the red zone. They set the standard. If the way they go, everyone will go. Next slide. Now, these are all my photographs and whatever, but this one really amuses me. Here we have an ATM in Vietnam, right? And we have Madness. Don't you love the jacket there? We're going on Madness here. He's withdrawing a whole lot of cash there. What amused me here, and I guess if we can drop that, you can see UNESCO open data down there, is that right next to the ATM was a huge pile of junk. And it was sort of like you get the money out of the bank You buy something and almost immediately you discard it, get more money, buy something, discard it, you know. This is like the world, the one way of development that's working. And here's the idea here as a screenwriter. There's only one model for human development. Yes. What's the plan? Well, there is no plan, sir. We're just getting on with it. 26.4 tons of consumption plus 13.1 tons of emissions per year. That's the per capita standard for 8 billion people. Yeah, the standard for collapse. Well, that's the point. Vietnam, here in Pakistan, everywhere, they're all moving up the ladder toward get it out of the bank, do this, and so forth. Next slide. Now, here's a really amusing slide here. Look up in the upper left-hand corner. You'll see one lady on a bicycle, only one bicycle. Then all the rest are motor scooters, all across with it. There's only one model for human development. They're getting on with it. Look down here at the bottom, cars, 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 cars. They're all moving in that direction. Next slide. If you now go to the house, here's the model for development. Not one car, two cars, one for the man, one for the woman, you know, and a house that won't last long at all. This is the model of human development worldwide. Everybody sees it on their phone. Next slide. Now here, this is Norway, the ideal couple. This is, you could see this on the phone. Do you know these skyscrapers they're building in Norway last only 100 years? 100 years, you can imagine. Down they have to come because they're put up, you know, with investment dollars that won't allow anything more than that. That's all the distance into the future for even skyscrapers. Next slide. Now, when you go to automobiles, the average automobile in Europe and America lasts 9 years, and then it goes to junk. Well, now, if you look over here, this is from my first lecture, set on end. This is the material ladder that we're climbing, with Pakistan way down at the bottom and people on top. And of course, you can see the fossil fuels, minerals, metals, and biomass all lined up. We're just rocketing through this stuff, again, with nowism. Everything for right now, 9 years for the automobile. Next. Now, this again is very popular with psychologists and psychiatrists and so on. We call this want making. And my argument to you is that every single ad is based on this principle, the communication to us, which is you are ugly, you are unloved, and you are insecure. But if you buy this particular thing, you'll be beautiful, you'll be loved, and you'll be secure, right? So down here, this is the vicious cycle we get into. Dissatisfaction with yourself is created. So you go off to your work and you get into drudgery, right? At the same time, you make something that rips apart the planet. So we have destruction of nature. Then you don't have quite enough money. So you go to the bank and you borrow some money here and go into debt. Then you buy it and you're immediately disappointed. So you discard it and you're back up at dissatisfaction and the vicious cycle goes on. You got to think about it. This is sort of the engine of capitalism, the engine of development. Next slide. Okay, here we are. Now, last year, UN passed a plastic pollution resolution, and they claimed that the future generations are no longer doomed. This is an absolutely false claim. What is true is that today we produce 400 million tons of plastic waste every year. That's the equivalent to the weight of the entire human population. That sounds very impressive. But you see this little worried girl over here. She said, never mind the plastic, climate change and nature destruction are destroying my future. So the further evidence is that today we produce 55 billion tons of climate changing emissions, and we consume 103 billion tons of natural resources every year. Now that's equivalent to 500 times the weight of humanity. So you can remember my old phrase, political reality, it's a state of things as they don't actually exist. Next slide. Now, what you have to remember, because I was involved in this, the Sustainable Development Goals were agreed by politicians. And remember, I'm sympathetic to politicians. Things have to be popular or they don't get done. But these are not science goals, not one of them. Let's review it for a moment. This is very important. As we know, all humans, all products, all life are made from rapidly degraded, depleted nature, natural resources. All goals, all the 17 goals in the Sustainable Development depend upon one, sustainable consumption. So I've made this a triangle, an inverted triangle, pyramid, pardon me. Down at the bottom is sustainable consumption. And interestingly enough, they put the infinity sign on that consumption. Now, again, from my first lecture, and the UN agrees, these are all UN figures. In terms of sustainable consumption, in 1970, we were only pulling out of the ground 26 gigatons. Today, we pull out in 2022, 102. And by 2050, we'll be pulling out 220. You remember I told you that is 3 Earths over limit already by 2050. So what the UN's IRP, the International Resource Panel, proposed was 7 tons per capita consumption by 2050. Now that would have brought the consumption down to 68 gigatons by 2050. You see the 68 instead of 220. Now the politicians said, oh, no. That's not any good. It's not politically feasible. Therefore, what they have proclaimed is we will have global per capita food waste by 2030, 2050. Now, the point is that having a food waste equals 0.6 of our consumption. The point is also, as I told you, to be popular, the politicians know we can't cut consumption, but that doesn't invalidate the science. That's why we quote the science. So again, you have to remember my phrase, political reality is state of things as they don't actually exist. We cannot deny Mama Earth. If we rip it out, if we use it up, we don't have it anymore. Next slide. So we're back to this idea of nowism, everything for the present, nothing for the future, maintain and increase our living standards now. We have to remember that previous societies, and again, they were slave-based, but now we have our slave robots in our machines. Back in the Roman times, they built water supplies which last till today for 2,000 years. Therefore, we can change our mind and become a sustainable society, but we've got to really do it. Next slide. Now, to do that, look here, this is an expanded picture, right? This pipe is what we're putting into the ground. Right now, voters don't vote any money for water pipes, for supply systems for water, which is everything to us. We don't have water, we don't live. They vote cheap pipes that last 15 years. We've got to change our model. Over here, the average automobile, of course, lasts 9 years. In terms of recycling, you can't see it there, but we recycle about 8–9% of what we use per year. So that all has to change, and it's got to change by law. Next slide. Now, here are the rules we have to follow. These are science rules. What you have to remember scientifically is that the sun is open energy. It comes to us, it's free, it'll power everything. It's the way we support our life here. However, Earth is closed mass. We're not getting asteroid pieces in every day or stuff from the moon or Mars or Jupiter or anywhere else. And we're not shipping people off to live in other worlds. That's so expensive in terms of the rocketry and so on that we'll never really be able to crack that system. So we're a closed mass system, and that calls for closed mass laws. And there are only 4 of them. The first is we must change from quantity to quality in everything. You've heard about quality time. We have to have quality materials, quality everything. That means few, not many. Second law is that we have to extract and consume the fewest possible natural resources by law. Now, the reason I haven't put Earth here, I put a tiny little planet, like a kid's planet. So now you can think about it. Now you can say, well, this is the little thing here. If I were living on a tiny planet, I'd be able to really monitor the resources that I'm extracting and consuming every day, whether they're biology or metals or minerals or what have you. Well, we've got the technology. We've got slave robots that can give us the information. Even though the Earth is so big, we can do exactly that, law number 2 and law number 3, which is make only the very best, lasting, shared, repairable, cyclical products by law. Now that would change everything. We wouldn't be throwing away our cell phone every year and so forth. Everything would be thought out, it would be the best, and it has to be by law. And we wouldn't be any less happy because read this. Psychologists say that happiness is first humans, activities, and nature, not products. Of course, that assumes that we are all fed, we all have the basics, medicines, and so on. I'm saying after that, we can just throw away excessive consumption. The last part is that, well, imagine a world that wasn't 8 billion people, but 8 million people or 8,000 people, right? Why don't we drop the pop? Why don't we make love, not babies? You know, why don't we really have a quality existence? Is there any real reason why we keep going and going and going? Even by 2100, we're supposed to have 10 billion people, not 8 billion people. We got to rethink population. And of course, we should start dropping the pop with the ultra high, the people from the red zone, because they're consuming the most per person and they're setting the example. Next slide. Now, here are these wonderful diagrams that show you how we can do it. These are all the resources that we use. Coming in on the left are the minerals, the metals, the fossil fuels, the biomass. And going out on the right, our housing, our communication, our mobility, our medical care, our nutrition, all of the else is coming out. If you go to our website, to Open Data UNESCO, you can find all of this stuff. You can find the data for your own country. It's really exciting. We can do it. We're just not doing it. And we have the slave robots to do it, which is called digital technology. Next slide. Okay, here, this is a weather report. We're doing new weather reports in Europe for each nation. These are the numbers in terms of the emissions that are coming out of the EU, right? The EU, in terms of their CO2 limit from IPCC, they will hit 1.5 C in just 1.5 years. Remember, I told you that globally 2C will be upon us in 4 years. Well, UK runs out of its fair emission limit in 1.5 years. 2C, they run out of their limit in 10 years. They're way over the top. They are increasing CO2 emissions 6%, but if they want to hit the 1.5 limit, they should be reducing 37% for 1.5 and 9% for 2C. And then, of course, in terms of renewable energy, I told you worldwide, the average is about 5%, a little less. Well, okay, UK renewables in terms of solar, wind, hydro, and so on are only 4% of energy supply. This is ridiculous. But what we think is it should be done every week as a special report on the climate. We can do it. Let's do it. Next slide. Now here, this is a report downstairs, or over in the lobby. We have the big chart with all of the periodic table of elements. There you see it going up. These are all the materials we're using in terms of staying within the 1 Earth limit. UK in tons is currently at 2 Earths, and in 12 years, it'll be at 3 Earths. It's going up the ladder. In order to be on 1 Earth limit, they've got to drop at 3%. What we want to do, and what we are doing in the red zone, we're doing these reports for every nation because you can't do one size fits all. You have to do it per capita. And of course, it's not so important to do it here because you don't set the example. But what I want you to do is help us put the pressure on from below to make the red zone clean up their act. Next slide. Now, here's a big saying that we have in the red zone: every little bit helps. Whatever you do, it all helps, yeah, to ensure collapse. If we, what you have to remember is if we all do a little, only a little will be done. Remember, we have 158 billion ton problem per year, and that's called consumption and emissions, 158 billion tons. We got to get real. We got to do the big stuff. Voluntary action, riding your bike and all that, of course it's good to do, but it'll never save us. We have to have laws. Everybody's got to ride their bike by law. Everybody's got to drop meat eating by law. Otherwise, we'll never get there. So the phrase to remember is not every little bit helps, only big helps secure the future. Next slide. Now, again, the problem is right here. The problem is not in Pakistan, but you can certainly help us pressure mom and pop, grandpa and grandma to save their own kids back in the ultra high zone. I see no other way to do it. You know, none of the politicians are going to act unless the demand comes from the electorate. Next slide. And of course, you've already seen this. This is the data. I urge you to download all these tables, take a look at your own nation, take a look at the other nations, see what you think, and contact us. Next slide. These are the countries that are writ big. This is development. The highest development country is in the order of their priority. Number one champion is Switzerland, followed by Norway, Iceland, and so on. So that those are the countries that really have to change. The other ones down beneath, of course, are influenced by the leaders, and they're so rich. Remember that on average, they have a university degree, they live 81 years, they have $54,000 in income. We got to hit these people, because if the electorates don't demand it, the governments won't do it. Therefore, we've got to get the electorates behind Pakistan, behind 1/3 flooding and so forth. Next slide. Now, there you are here with the megaphone here. We have even Joe Biden and all the politicians are going for popularity. They're giving the smiley faces and all this kind of thing. That's never going to get us there. Popularity won't get us there. Evidence, reality will get us there. So what we hope from you is that you would give us a hand getting reality to the red zone people. Next slide. This is indeed the last slide. This is the international science communication from ComStat. You've seen it before from here. I leave you again with a thanks to Birgit. She really has done all this great open data that was previously closed data. Whatever suggestions you have, please contact us. You can find us via the website. That's it. Thanks for your attention. Birgit, thank you again. Oh, we have no open data.
So thank you very much, Michael, for very informative and very enthusiastic and an energetic presentation. So we have, it's really, when we go through the presentation overall, the crux is that the elite nations and the developed world is actually consuming a lot and having lots of carbon emissions, more than 80% of that. And unfortunately, developing world is suffering because of the developed world, and developed world is actually not foreseeing the dangers and the threats which the developing countries like Pakistan are actually facing. So when we're talking about particularly this climate change impact and how global warming and this whole carbon emissions are affecting the life of every individual. So we have to cut down emissions per capita. So we have to be very cautious on that approach. And particularly when we are talking about on these aspects, we have the second most important topic, I think so, that is very relevant to this one and interconnected. That is the green impact and how communicating sustainability and this environmental science is actually all important to address this particular issue of environmental degradation and how this all impacting how this is evolving actually like climate change and how it is impacting the life of a common human. So we have our second speaker. He is online. Mr. Ikram, he is there. Saad Lutfi. Saad, you are there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're listening?
Yeah.
It's
Can
easy?
you hear me?
Okay. So Mr. Saad Lufte is from Egypt, and he has worked as a science reporter to editor and for a variety of regional international outlets, particularly the media outlets, co-founder of leading SciComm initiatives, including the Global Science Journalism Forum. Is very active, and right now Saad is the co-founder and CEO of SciComm-X. So it's all about green impact, communicating sustainability and environmental science. So he is now talking to you. So over to you, Saad.
Thank you so much. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's
perfect.
clear. Please go on.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen now? Hello? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to speak about communicating sustainability and environmental science. Did you know that around 98% of Forbes 50 most valuable brands use at least one of the stock sustainability clashes in the sustainability content on their website? Usually, cliches includes words and sentences like our commitment, building a better future, saving the planet, good for business, biggest challenge, our journey, together we can, blah, 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 and so on. And in many occasions, some brands and organizations use all these sentences together in one page. And today I am here to speak with you about some tips and the tricks and the strategies to communicate sustainability and environmental sciences. My name is Saad Lutfi. I am the CEO of Comstech-oic, and Comstech-oic is a science and sustainability communication consultancy based in UAE. And over the past years, we have been helping universities and organizations in communicating their research and increasing their sustainability and impact ranking. So before we start, I'd like to know more about you. If you can use your mobile phones and scan this QR code or join this website, slide.com. So I will wait a couple of minutes until everyone joins. So you can just scan this QR code or join slido.com and enter this code. Okay, we can start. So first, I'd like to know, where are you from? As I understand, there are a variety of audiences in attending in person in Pakistan, and we have Zoom attendees as well. So where are you joining from? For me, I'm joining from Dubai, UAE. Pakistan. Okay. UAE.
Might be there is a signal issue, so people are feeling it difficult to connect, I think so. So
okay, so they can't hear me in the conference room.
Is it okay? Everyone can hear? Okay, it's okay. Go on.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so for our next question, what is your job title and your organization? Anyone has any difficulties in joining, you can simply scan this QR code or join at slido.com and enter this number.
Is there any password or auditorium password, something like that?
Yeah, you just enter this number 1141129 at slido.com. Okay,
Anyone
university. Yeah, we have some audiences here at Slido.
Got it.
Scholar, professors. Do you have any communicators? Editor-in-chief. Chief editor.
So if just a minute, Saad, if sorry, I'm interrupting you. If anyone wants to have this username and password, username is comstech. Comstech is the username. And the password is 3 3445 comstack. Yeah. Yeah, password is 3445 comstack. Yeah, it's copied, capital. So everyone connected? So,
okay, we are ready to go.
Is it done? Successfully connected to the world. Everybody is okay with the username and password? Yeah, I can repeat it. Its username is comstech. Comstech. And password is 3445 comstech. So please go on with it. Please continue, Mr. Saad.
Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. So I think we have diverse audiences here. So back to the presentation. Okay, so in 2022, Ipsos conducted a survey in the MENA region to understand public views on climate change. And the results were enlightening and concerning. As per the survey, 41% of participants said they believe that climate change exists and this is mostly caused by human activities. And 47% said they believe climate change exists, but it's only a natural cycle. And 12% denied that climate exists at all. And these results make us wonder why climate message is falling short and where is the disconnect happen. And before answering this, I'd like to reflect first why communicating environmental science and sustainability is a priority. So from my perspective, environmental and sustainability communication serve two vital functions. First, it empowers us to take action, whether we are advocating for policy, collaborating to address conflict, influencing public opinion, raising awareness, changing behavior. All of these depend on how we communicate environmental sciences and sustainability. And the way we communicate them can make huge impact and a huge difference. Second, environmental communications play an integral role in creating meaning. It shapes how we see and value the world around us. It supports people's action and decisions. And in fact, from my perspective, it's a crucial element in solving environmental problems. So returning to the Ipsos survey and the results, there is a significant disconnect between effective strategies we should be implementing in sustainability and environmental sciences as science communicators or science journalists and the current approach that we are using. And the reason for this is usually when people communicate environmental sciences, they depend on either one of two communication systems. First, we either use information-based communication or we use value-based and targeting messages. In information-based communication, usually we provide audiences with information-based appeal to trigger their actions and to change their behavior. And in value-based messaging, we use particular categories of behavior, usually universal behaviors that we all believe in or a category of people believe in, and use them as guiding principle in people's actions. And the reason that most campaigns fails when communicating environmental and sustainability is because they depend on information-based communication. You know, there is a saying that say logic make people think, but emotions make them act. And that's what we do in value-based communication method. So what we need to do is simply to shift all our communication strategies to be based on this metric as value communication. And if we do this approach will be a game changer that we need to drive real impact whether it comes to sustainability communication or raising awareness or passing laws and so on. So instead of providing our audiences with mere information about environmental change or climate change and different ways to combat them, we need to think or link this information with things that are relevant to target audiences and to incorporate them in their daily life to make them take the action we need them to take. And as bare value messaging are some of the best practices that we are using at PsychomX to communicate environmental sciences and sustainability. First, lay the foundation. We need to give people the facts. They need to understand environmental issues and why they matter. No need to be sophisticated or complex information. We just need a base level of knowledge, which should be essential for inspiring, sustained, and pro-environmental behavior. Second, we need to keep it local. Instead of speaking about bigger issues, we need to find some local angles to inspire people to take action or engage with our strategies or with our stories, as people are more likely to engage with local example of environmental impacts. So we can highlight like local animals, local birds, fishes, or phenomena that are happening due to climate change, for example. So while polar bears may be iconic symbol of environmentalism, for example, they may not be the best way to describe the issue for citizens in Pakistan. Instead, we can use a local issue like recent floods and how it affects economics or ecological impact on Pakistan. In this way, we can make our audiences more engaged with our stories. Third, partner up, as some reports have shown that residents often feel ignored by authorities. So building relationships with local partners, NGOs, universities, schools, based on mutual trust or mutual winning can be a good key in communicating environmental sciences, especially when they are complex issues and we need people to take action. Four, tailors a message. And as we said before, traditional methods, which is information-based method, fall short when it comes to mobilizing citizens about some environmental issues. So we need to tailor our messages to specific target audiences for maximum impact. And of course, we need to keep our language simple, avoid jargons, avoid complex. We need to make it easy to understand when discussing complex issues. And when we did this at PsychomX, we saw many people, we were able to reach millions of engaged users in MENA region. 6, and this is the most important one from my perspective, is studying your audience. So we need to understand about their motivation and the concerns to communicate environmental issues effectively to them. We need to get inside their heads, know what they prefer, what moves them, what are their concerns about the environment, what values they believe in, and so on. In this way, we can tailor our message to address their motivations and their concerns. We also need to understand how they see the problem. Usually, most science communicators or environmental communicators, they speak about the issues from their perspective, and this make people lose interest. Alternatively, we need to understand how the audiences sees a problem, how it affects them, and we keep them part of that discussion to keep them engaged. And third, we need to allow them to explore the knowledge, be part of dialogue, attend our conversations, brainstorming, and make sure that we are not trying to change people's minds, but we are giving them informations based on the values they see to take an action. 7, the action knowledge. And in this list, we need to drive audiences to take a specific action based on each strategy or based on each campaign. And we can work on this in multiple ways, including, for example, we can inspire through environmental behavior. We can bring the impact of environmental behavior to life. So telling the audiences if they did this, this will affect their everyday life in certain way. This may, like example, saving some animals, may, so no need to take to speak about the bigger picture, but we need to find personalized angles that affect each one perspective on life. And third part is listening versus telling. Instead of just telling our perspective to audiences, what we think, what we believe, how we see the issue, we need to listen to our audiences and their concerns, their beliefs, and then we address each of these items to to raise their awareness and to reach them directly. So these are the best tips and tricks in communicating sustainability and environmental sciences. However, there are some of items that we need to avoid when communicating sustainability and environmental sciences. First, stereotyping, and many science communicators do this. We need to avoid the stereotyping in all ways, whether it's religious stereotyping, racial stereotyping, gender stereotyping, for example. And one example of this, so for example, we assume or some assume that all rural areas or communities are not interested in conservation, but they are only interested in economic values. Also assuming that these communities are uneducated or unwilling to pursue sustainable solution. These are all forms of stereotypes that we need to avoid when addressing sustainability. Second, we need to ditch the jargon, avoiding complex topics, complex words that usually professors or academia speaks or industry speaks when addressing public audience. We need to keep the message very simple and easy to understand. Because if we use complex terms, our audiences will be confused or they will underestimate the impact of the issue on their lives. Also, we need to avoid controversial and polarizing, and this is important because climate change and the environment and sustainabilities are all topics that is spoken by all politicians on Earth. So we need to find the angle that make us away from any polarizing for the audiences. Otherwise, we will lose their attention from main messages, or we will find ourselves debating over irrelevant topics or irrelevant information, like, for example, religious preferences or political issues, and so on. And finally, we need to avoid the stock sustainability. As I mentioned earlier, like 98% of Forbes 50 most valuable brands use stock sustainability. And the stock sustainabilities mean some sentences, words, and visuals that are used by almost all organizations to describe their sustainability efforts, like their commitment to sustainability, reducing their carbon footprint, their net zero policies, shaping the future for upcoming generation, and so on. We need to avoid this and tell the story from a unique perspective that represents the organization. And we can easily spot the stock sustainability. If you want to spot this, you can just change the organization name with any other organization name, and you will find zero difference in the sentences or in the words or in the designs, which are usually green designs, leaves, bulbs, the planet, and so on. So my advice for this: avoid the stock sustainability, find unique angle, unique way to communicate your organization efforts towards sustainability or your environmental research, and so on. So finally, I'd like to share that I don't see a single or optimal strategy for conveying environmental sciences, as there are cultural norms and environmental difficulties unique to each area, and we can't find one angle or one strategy that fits all of these, all of the world or all of the audiences. So I will leave you with just one question that I would like to know your perspective with it on LinkedIn. What tools and the practices do you adopt to communicate sustainability and environmental trends in your areas? These are my email and my LinkedIn account. I would like to connect with you all, and I would like to know how you see this issue and how you communicate this within your organization. It was a pleasure to be with you here today, and if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saad Lutfi is from Egypt, and very candid presentation. From out of both presentations, it's very important that we should basically the crux of that is that the open data is important to address particularly the misinformation, disinformation, and along with that, how to communicate the real-time science in every aspect, whether it's environmental sciences, whether it's sustainable development, climate change, or when we are addressing to different sort of aspects related to science. So as it's all over, there are lots of questions definitely in your mind. Dr. Saad is with us, and Michael is with us. So if you have any please.
But how can we convince people to say that it's very important to elect wisely, but how our politician can influence them?
Well, very good question. If I had the answer, I'd probably not be here. I'm really looking to you all for the answers. How I think to persuade people is a universal notion to do something that maybe they don't want to do. So we can use embarrassment, humiliation, cajoling, pleading, whatever. And as a filmmaker, I think we try all of those kinds of things. And again, I would suggest to you, if you remember the slide where the women were gathering wood to make their supper warm, and the woman who just turned a switch and out came the natural gas, I have this feeling that you could help me in figuring us, the world, humanity, in figuring out how to reach the woman who's turning on the gas and saying, oh my, I see myself in this perspective now. I see what I ought to be doing, and I feel compassion, and I have the money, and I'm going to put in a little effort. I'm not going to devote my life to it, but imagine that she and other people just took a few minutes, an hour out of every week, and then voted for the money for the governments to spend, because it's not coming out of there. We don't want her to bicycle. We don't want her to turn off the flame. We want the laws which will clean up the act of their nation. Now, for example, if we're talking about UAE, which is the only Arab country in the red zone, now that offers a unique opportunity. I'll be there at the Climate Change Committee, but I'm going to put in a special effort with them, because UAE is so rich. They're part of the red zone, and they're Islam, So maybe you could think about that. How do we convince the average Islam person in UAE that has such a life, to do the right thing, and then they can do Britain, America, and so on. Now we're up to that level. I think that's very useful to think about as an academic problem. Again, we have to do this per capita. And the other thing I'll urge you to think, of course, right here in Pakistan, look at this wonderful building we're in. We have lots of women here who are just turning on the natural gas. But remember, and we should clean up their act. Remember, I showed you that responsibility app. Well, within any country, we should then beat up the rich, as I would say, kill the rich and eat them. I don't go that far. They wouldn't taste good. They have terrible diets, I'm sure. In any case, Well, of course, within each country, we should, but remember what I said about the red zone. They're the nations that set the laws and set the standards. That's why they're uniquely important. I didn't urge you to beat up Mark Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, though they deserve to be beaten up, but they have to be beaten up by the application, by the responsibility between the nations. So never forget that. I think we have to target the nations. But if you'd like to, any of you would like to communicate with me on this UAE idea, up comes the next association, and this will be the second Arab world's COP. But as I say, the interesting thing is that the UAE is so rich, and I flew here by Emirates, by the way. There you go.
Thank you very much, Michael. And anyone has any questions, please?
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice presentations. I'm Dr. Manish from ComStats University, Islamabad. So I would like to extend the question raised by Dr. Pakiza, that how to convince people in the red zone that what is going wrong with our planet, right? Because they are the ones who are getting the benefits, if I'm talking frankly, right? That they are the ones getting most benefits and they are consuming most, right? But they are, we are at the receiving ends. We in the green and the blue ones, we are at the receiving end. Receiving end of what? We are receiving the disaster, right? So no.
Yeah, she's so.
No, I'm talking to.
I'm sorry, it's so.
But
So
you are addressing your question
my comment is, so my comment is that the best way to communicate with people is like a communication and information sharing. So this is the best thing, and this is where our media has a role to play. And because I have a personal experience of discussing these issues with students in US. So if we communicate that what is happening all over the world and information sharing and communication. So this is the best strategy to share these experiences and share this information with each other, that what should be our collective approach. So we are not in this together, but we can do it together.
So thank you.
So this is just my
So
comment.
what would be our collective approach regarding red zone and all that?
Well, let me tell you a pitfall that really doesn't work. When you went 1/3 underwater here, what doesn't work is to put out an appeal, even though it was absolutely credited to climate change. But what happened was the appeal went out for money to deal with the emergency. Now, of course, that appeal should go out. But at the same time, we did not hear an appeal that the rich red zone clean up their act and stop causing further climate change. As you know, 4 years to 1.5, 17 years to 2C. I think the communication has to go the two ways. We have to have compassion. We have to have immediate aid right now, but that doesn't get you off the hook for cleaning up the act in general, which is really destroying the future. So that's a key insight, because I'm telling you, you check out the messaging that went out from Pakistan. That was exactly it. And it was massaged by the red zone. They knew what they were doing. They guided it, right? And they maliciously used children. Really terrible. They coached the children to say, oh, pity the poor drowning people, and not to say, oh, clean up the cause of this problem before it gets worse.
So can you?
I can't hear
We can.
again. I can't hear again.
So we have any other question, because we have run short of time. So, okay. So, okay, yeah, please.
I can't hear again. We gotta.
Please have a mic.
I think there's a blame game here. The red zone, what I heard personally from a recent friend that I met, a German friend, she says, oh, we are doing so much to reduce climate change and to reduce all these greenhouse gases and everything by segregating our waste and by having better fuel and all those things. But it's very disheartening that the developing countries are not doing much. So you see, there is a blame game. I don't know where this is going to lead to and how we can work together.
Well, wait a minute. I would dispute that. I think what the red zone has done, the ultra high developed, is they have given all of us this word blame. The original word is responsibility. If you look back to, again, the first UN conference in 1972, that was the byword there, that nations should then act by their responsibility for environmental degradation, and that was measured per capita. Then you go to Rio, that was 20 years later. Again, the same phrase was done it. But then I think Americans and others spun that word and they said, oh, let's make it blame. Let's make it, really accusatory, right? And again, all I've given you are the per capita figures. I haven't made any other calculations than putting before you the UN data. And I don't see that as blame. It just falls where it falls. And I think the most appalling thing that we must remember that you saw in the red zone figure, 50 years, I didn't show you short term or anything like that, 50 years of no reductions. That is awesome. And in terms of consumption, it increased 25%. I don't want to blame them. I want to say, well, take responsibility. I'll give you my kindergarten. You have a tiny little boy there, right? In kindergarten, when I was 5 years old, my teacher said, clean up the mess you made. Clean up the mess you made. Now that's not blame, that's responsibility. I'm not going to clean it up for you. Your schoolmates won't. Take the responsibility, clean up your own mess. It's as old as 5 years old. And I think that's the way we should say responsibility.
Applause for all the audience as well, because they sustained for the whole day and very much attentive to all our speakers. So thank you very much for that. So crux of this session suggests that open data is important to everyone and every professional, rather those are the scientists, whether those are the journalists or media, every entity, because it ultimately dispel the misinformation, disinformation, and along with that, the fake news. And the importance is that open data suggests that humans must have to know what is actually happening in the real time. So it is important to have informed and not deceived information. And then again, the free press is imperative for social protection and have informed decision-making for humans particularly. How developed countries are putting money in junk and creating war scenarios rather than financing into the Green Climate Fund, which they have suggested, first of all, and supported in Mexico, Cancun, in COP, and then abiding Paris Agreement that was stressed by Michael as well. And particularly when we're talking about just recently concluded COP27 in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, that was very important that the funding resources to the least developed countries rather than just making statements. So it is important that Michael has actually elaborated each and everything. And the most important thing is that it was all data based upon the UNESCO open data and pinpointedly at the per capita, because it is addressing the persons, a single person who has actually inflicted the pain of climate change, what is happening across the world, and particularly in the countries like Pakistan. So it was very important that again, the change from quantity to quality, respect nature, sustainable use of resources, recycling, live a simple life. Particularly he has stressed about the population reduction, that is because that is grabbing our natural resources, cut down the global per capita carbon emissions, that is very important, reduce fossil fuel use, enact laws to real-time change, because without enacting real-time stern laws, it is not very easy that the people are going to have some sort of habits of voluntarily going into obeying what is important and productive for the fellow human beings. And also Saad has very importantly stressed upon that the information, whatever domain it is, whether the scientists are able to communicate to the common people or journalists or any other media, that is important that it should be very simple, away from jargons, and little effort must have to be put in, and value-based information is very much necessary that have foundation, localized version, a well-built message or a story and understand and study the audience. That is important, and listen to the people particularly. And before communicating, it's important that you must have to understand what information is and how to communicate. So this was the crux of that. And thank you very much for attentive listening. You have, I think so, one or couple of minutes Mr. Ikram will take. He has the message for you for tomorrow. Thank you very much. We conclude this session here. Thank you so nice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I can stop speaking.
Thank you. So nice of you. So nice of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faisal Khan, for conducting very excellently this session. With a very brief introduction of the speakers of tomorrow who will be with us, Ma'am Brooke Smith from Los Angeles. She will be with us and she will deliver her lecture online. After her lecture, Dr. Sabi Anwar from LUMS will be with us in person and he will deliver his lecture here in person. And Dr. Hassan Masood, the journalist and editor at Nature, will be with us online, and he will deliver his lecture online. Ma'am Rana Said, very famous environmental journalist, she will be with us in person and she will be delivering her lecture from here. And after her, Muhammad Yahya from Egypt, a very popular science journalist, will be with us online and he will be delivering his lecture online. And after him, a very wonderful science journalist from Italy, Mr. Fabio Trono, will be with us online. And after him, Dr. Najib Abbas Naqvi will be with us in person here, and he will deliver his lecture as in-person participation. And after him, Dr. Hassan Masood will have another lecture, second lecture with us online. And the last lecture of this conference will be delivered by Ma'am Mahalakshmi. With this brief introduction, I would request all you people to please join tomorrow morning sharp at 9:30, so that we will have a second day of this conference as wonderful and beautiful and productive as we have this today. With this, I would like to close the first day of this conference, and thank you all for your kind attention, and see you tomorrow morning.
So, sir, thank you very much. I love you both. Thank you.